the hierarchy tricks do you use to transfer shear loads in your structures? With shear load like that, well, the best way to do it is to...
Discovery, go and throttle up.
So, Prey, this is what makes what I do in Kerbal, like, a lot more complicated than how it looks. Like, the crane doesn't look all that special, right? It's just a bunch of SRBs stacked on top of each other. But no, okay, so here's how you think about this. Prey, think about every joint attachment point in KSP. So where you butt two pieces up together inside of the editor and you attach the nodes, right? Think about that like a bolted together bracket. So, like this. There was a sub in there from Paco. Thanks, buddy. So, say you have an I-beam, right? Right? Right, you have your I-beam, okay? And say in Kerbal, you butt another I-beam up against it, okay? Right, please excuse the crudity of this drawing. I didn't have time to draw it to scale or to paint it. Attaching two things together in KSP would be like putting a bracket right here, right? And then having bolt holes. Like that. On both sides, obviously, right? What does that mean? Well, Prey, what would be the difference between that and if you welded them together? Shear load. Very different. Basically, the attachment joints in Kerbal bend because of how the joint system in PhysX works. It creates very wobbly stuff. So stuff acts like it's bolted together and not welded together. How I come up with that is... How I kind of fix that problem is so you're talking about shear load. So your tower's bending, right? Struts. Struts are basically bolts that hold stuff together. You can... There's a lot of different hierarchy tricks that you can do. I'm going to make you download Inventor to show these explanations better. Yeah, I could load up Maya. Yeah, Squishton, that would be pretty neat. Last for last is a thing. Alright, well, no more space news. We gotta play KSP. Hey! Now, that's pretty cool. That's a great picture. Yeah, Tom, we say that, and then the Russians say that, and then at the end of the day, we all have nuclear tugs to move around in space now. Hey, if that's how they want to frame it, dude, I'm good with that. I don't have any problems here. So... It's not required, Mac, but thank you. Hello, have you ever seen a 9-year-old boy who develops games? He taught himself and he's live all the time. Can I send you the link if you'd like to help? Universal, I usually don't advertise. I do not advertise other streams unless I've gone and watched it myself. So no, not right now. I'll have to check. And yeah, wouldn't you know, before I even finish that, you already sent me the link. I'll check it on my own time, thank you. Challenge is because my starship is 66% scale. The tower is truly gargantuan. But I'm generally against other people advertising other people's streams in my stream without kind of okay for me. My viewers, I advertise streams for my viewers that I think they would like. So by that logic, I have to like look at everybody's streams. I have to go watch. But anyway, so there's things that you can do. A couple of ways to overcome shear load, Prey. Like, here's one of them. Let me get the music up and running here. There we go. All right, so you have your tower, right, like this. And every one of these things right here is like it's bolted together. So if you're going to bolt these things together, right, you know, if you go and hang you know, something out here like this, right, what are these going to do? In Kerbal, it's going to do this. Right? That's what it's going to do. Because the joints are flexible, like parts are bolted together. Bolting parts together generally is not as strong as welding something together, but also it's all about the application, right? It really depends on what you're trying to do. Same thing in Kerbal. So, with stopping shear load, right? And I know this isn't the same axis that you're using, but the point still kind of stands. Here's how I like doing it. You can get a little fancy with this if you want. One way to do it is what I call my degrees of separation rule. So you have the last part that doesn't structurally bend. And instead of stacking one part over one part over one part over one part like this, you basically say this part out here is the part that you need to attach something to. Like that's where you're attaching your fuel tank, right? Or you have a docking port attached to this. Here's a way to get around that. Take this, take that. Right? And then take these, move them over here like this, right? And then strut all this together. That way this acts as reinforcement to that. You're basically setting these up in parallel instead. Instead of putting them in series. So the part that this part here, right? The part that you're picking stuff up with is like 1 degree of separation from a part that's structurally solid. That's a good way to do things. Sometimes that's how I do it. With my cranes, with the towers for my cranes, I did something a little bit different. I did not use degrees of separation because I couldn't, because I was building a lattice crawler crane on here the other day, Prey, and that lattice crawler crane, because I wanted it to be able to be assembled wherever, I couldn't do that. I couldn't, have something out here. Like, see how none of these are highlighting the next part? Strut all these together. That's pretty damn strong. Another way that you could do it is, I didn't use this way. Actually, I'll do this in the case of what you're trying to solve. The challenge is because, like me, all right? So, for instance, pretend that this is the top and this is the bottom. So, our x-axis here is the upward axis instead of z. So, pretend we're inside of the VAB for a moment. This is how I did this with the with my lattice crane. If they need to be in series like this, do something like this. Ready? Okay, see what I did here? Now, I always take the time to make the struts look good. So this, if you don't want to do the degrees of separation from like root part to what you're manipulating, you can do this. This is very high part count, but it's probably the strongest. I just like taking the struts and making them look nice. So now, watch. That ain't going anywhere. Keep in mind the angle of your strut does matter. So these are like at 60 degrees. They're like well, that's almost 45, but it's almost not. This is super strong. This is not going anywhere. And then you can use grandparent strut on top of that, and these will run struts to the previous I-beam, giving you a total strut mesh structure that looks like this. And then you could get even crazier if you set all these to grandparent part. I mean, all the connections there, that ain't going nowhere. That's how I made the lattice crane. I did something very similar to this. And then I had docking ports holding these sections together. See what I'm talking about? That will work. Oh, are we talking engineering? Yeah, Iron. I'm telling... Frey asked me what's the best way to create basically a load-bearing member on like a tower or on a launch tower that is less susceptible to shear loads. So basically what I'm getting at is showing him different ways to make stuff that's not susceptible to shearing. Degrees of separation will likely work. The last way to do this is kind of a combination of degrees of separation and, well, a bunch of other things. I incorporated this for the structural design for the crane, which is kind of what you're looking for, I suppose. Use SRBs. SRBs are usually really long. They're really long pieces, and they have attachment nodes at either side, like this. And as long as you inert them, right, that will give you the most strength. Because you're also 2 degrees of separation. You can use the degrees of separation here. And SRBs obviously don't bend. They only bend at the joints. So, if you wanted to get really crazy and make something really, really freaking strong, here's what you do. Do this. Right? Move these out here like this. Or, I mean, it could even be something like that. And then hit grandparent part, and now these are triangulating. They're triangulating for you, and if you really want it to not be susceptible, you could double up on the struts, like that. And then if you're worried about it going out of play on a lateral axis like this, do that. And yes, strut angle does matter. That absolutely makes a difference. I pretty much proved that with my launch pad. The angle at which these auto struts are moving. So see, that's not a very good angle for bearing load. You ideally want 45 degrees. But that depends on the axis. That depends on which way force is acting, the axis that force is acting on. So in your case, you're talking about shear. When you say shear, I'm thinking tangent to the force of gravity, right? I've been using kickbacks, but because it's 75 meters tall, it's like I-beams at 2.5 meter scale. Yeah. Show me a picture. Yeah, but once again, the angle of the strut, cones are super strong. We use them in foundation plies all the time. I mean, iron, basically, this is a cone for the most part. But it really depends. It really depends on what you're trying to do. But yeah, also, this will work. Constructed I-beams or W-beams work in Kerbal like if you made one out of component parts. Let me just make sure we're talking about the right thing. W-beams are just wide flange I-beams. I'm thinking if you could make something like that. Not really. I mean, the I-beam spread out, the spread I-beam design that I was showing with the 4 beams at north, south, east, and west, with duplicated over and over with the struts, that would probably be the closest thing. But once again, it's all about the application. If you need to make a tall crane, use SRBs. Just use the SRBs. Yeah, that's use the SRBs. That's the right way to do it. So, like Prey here, if you want to go see the hierarchy of the crane, first of all, you could download the crane. It's on KerbалX if you want. My R65 crane, which is the crane that I use, and I have been using. I haven't touched it in a long time because I know it works. It's susceptible to bending, but this is the R5 crane, but it looks like it's just 8 beams going down, but with the auto struts enabled, that should show you how much everything is triangulated on this building. I went a little bananas with the, and no, none of this is by accident. I was very careful taking into account auto strut angle. Iron, if you look and pray for what it's worth, I made sure that the auto strut angles on these boosters were 45 degrees. See that? It's a 45 degree triangulated gusset. See that? And it triangulates between this piece and that piece. Can you see this X right here? It's a huge plate that holds that into place. And then I have 2 more. One is going this way, and the other one is going this way. This basically, if the auto struts were rendered and they were like structural members here, this thing would look like a trestle. I engineered it this way on purpose. This is not an accident. Now I know this looks like a jumbled mess of whatever, but I guarantee you I made sure that, like, look, the auto struts are perfectly symmetrical and it triangulates at every point that it needs to. Down here, see, there's another X plate right there. This line right there, see that? That's on purpose. All that's on purpose. I could probably get better with it, and it would be nice to have another one going this way. Oh, nice. What's with that today, dude? Did you have to use a matrix to calculate all that? No. No, I didn't do any math behind this. I didn't do any math behind this, guys. Iron, I just basically tried to make Kerbal's hierarchy work the best that I could with grandparent strutting. There's no element analysis behind structurally behind the crane, behind this with the crane. I mean, honestly, Iron, if you really want to know, this is probably overbuilt. It's probably way overbuilt. But I made sure that this hierarchy, I guess, will work. Like, I've never had problems with structural deformations with this crane, ever. Ever. The only parts that deform on this crane is the hydraulics. And that's because they're hanging, right? Does Kerbal treat every strut identically? Terwin, 5-month resub. My eyes hurt looking at it. Yeah, it's a web. And then on top of the auto struts, I have 45-degree gussets here between parts that aren't hierarchically connected, and then even parts that are. This thing is super over-engineered. It's like, yeah, no, like, it's very over-engineered. And see how these ones are a right triangle, 30, 60, 90, and that one's 45, 45, 45, 90? Yeah, that's not an accident. All that, I put all that in there for a very good reason. And then I'm using, this one doesn't have it. Oh yeah, okay, yeah, they're there. I'm using counterweighted SRBs down the bottom to make the base heavy so it doesn't move. What do you mean identical? You were a great spider in your past. That's the second one today, Dave. But hey, whatever. Just ignore him. Your length changes the deflection, but the strut, does KSP differentiate? Your length changes the deflection, but the strut itself, does KSP differentiate whatever parts are on either side of the strut? I don't think so, Novus. I know that the angle that the strut is at definitely makes a difference. I know that the length of the strut definitely makes a difference. I'm not sure about what parts are on the end of the hierarchy. What parts are on the end. I'll tell you what I like doing, though, with the hierarchy. So, like, say you have a part here, right? And then a part there. And then you have parts in symmetry like this, right? So, you know, like the crane, for instance, right? Like these circles are the SRBs, and these are the attachment points. So say you have another part that goes out here like this, and another part that goes out here like this. Yeah, pretty much, Phil. You notice my crane's never fallen over? Matt, give this up to Crazy Fun Streamer. Right on. I lost my train of thought, Novus. Basically, what I do is I strut stuff together like this. I strut branches of the hierarchy together to make stuff stronger. So, like this. So, all right, here. Say blue lines represent struts in KSP, okay? And then red lines represent auto strut. If I grandparent strut that part right here, it's going to run a strut right there. Grandparent part strut will want to strut right there. Grandparent part will want struts there and there. So when I'm building and I'm sitting here lost in thought like this, going, okay, I have to do this and then I have to do this, I'm keeping track of the hierarchy in my head and putting regular struts where the auto struts aren't. So something like this, right? That's super strong. This is how I make stuff so strong in KSP. X is the strongest letter. That's right. Yeah. See what I'm talking about here? This thing wouldn't go anywhere if we. And that's what you're looking at is basically the crane and hierarchy. Like looking at the crane's hierarchy, it's basically that over and over and over and over again. Yeah, Jonas, I was really good at bridge building games. I played Polybridge, but I always, in Polybridge, dude, I always ended up, it's funny. In Polybridge, what I always ended up doing was I never wanted to build the bridge for the lowest cost. What I tried to do is build the bridge within budget and have it be able to be the strongest bridge it could be. Because a low-cost bridge that has, like, it gets like 90% of the way to failure, yeah, it might be low cost, but you got to remember, in real engineering, bridges go through load cycles. There's not always a car on it. So sometimes a car will drive over it. Sometimes a truck will drive over it. And every time you deform the bridge, right, you're fatiguing the metal. So a bridge that you could build within budget, that's the strongest it could possibly be. So the lowest, so I would always try to get, in Polybridge, I would try to get the load like down below like 30%. As long as I got that in budget, right, I built the strongest bridge I always could. You know, in Polybridge, it's about building the weakest bridge, you know, bridge for the least amount of money. No. I always used up all my budget allotted and built the strongest freaking thing I could. That's how I played Polybridge. So I never really was particularly good at getting like the high score in Polybridge, but I built some damn strong freaking bridges, that's for sure. Trust the trusses. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they said not to do that, but that could be something else. Yep, iron. Metal. Buildings and bridges are just gigantic metal jello molds. I was trying to think if KSP could recognize an I-beam. I think it could. Alright, we can only do this for a little bit longer, guys. I gotta do 2 launches today, remember that. So, we're trying to get KSP... It's mostly like why we don't like building homes using steel. Yeah, well, iron, they got wooden I-beams now. Wooden I-beams that are, what is it, like polycarbonate or whatever? I'm not sure hierarchically how you would be able to do this correctly, Novus. This might do it. Even then, that would be susceptible to bending. Once again, Kerbal attachment, the attachment joint is like bolting something together. Like, when I say bolting something together, I mean not like you'd have a flange right here, and you'd have a plate, and you'd put one bolt here and one bolt there. So it's still susceptible. It's very susceptible to bending. Yeah, it's like I said, bolting together versus welding. That's, yeah, you gotta really be careful with that. Anyway. Yeah, I get around it by using auto struts and regular struts in conjunction. The regular struts bridge the gaps that the auto struts can't. That's how I roll. And I would love to, I could get more into it, guys, down the road. When we start working on bigger rockets and need bigger service structures. I'll go into it more. Okay. Cracked quarter the weight, same performance. Holds up to about 2 hours in a fire. Steel beams can't handle the heat and they start to bend. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they found that one out the hard way. Yeah. Really wish we didn't learn that lesson in that way, Iron, but yeah, we figured that one out. Yeah, fire and steel beams don't work very well together. Respect. All right. Anyway, let's get into it. I mean, Iron, if you want to look at it that way, I guess, sure. What's on the agenda for tonight? Transfer stages. So, we need transfer stage 7 here. Transfer stage 7 will go out to the moon, and transfer stage 8 will go to the station. We're basically prepping everything for a crew launch tomorrow with DART. That crew launch tomorrow with DART will, Nah, look at that thing. Yeah, I know, Pi. Anyway, I don't want to talk about that anymore, guys. Let's go. Transfer stage 7 will move out to the moon. That's basically what we're going at here. Nice, Shikama. Good for you. Okay. Transfer stage 7 is checked out. Do we need add extra mono tanks for the resupply? Good. It has the antenna to be able to communicate. This one's got to go out to the moon. Let's do it. We're going to have to expend a Freedom 10 stage. The problem with launching these transfer stages is that they're on the very tail end of what Freedom 10 can do. Remember how the last transfer stage that we launched into space, we ended up draining the second stage fuel tanks a little bit? And that was enough to get it back, and we got our second stage back, but the transfer stage didn't have as much fuel as I'd wanted. I don't want to do that. So I think the right move here would be to use expendable Freedom 10 boosters to get this thing where it needs to go. I don't really want to do that, but once again, we're kind of pressed on time, so I'm going to go ahead and make that choice now. So what I'm going to do here is integrate the payload. Alright, we gotta go through here and make sure that nothing is set to same vessel collision. Nope. 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 Alright, we're good. We're gonna lock the tank out. I'm gonna run my struts. I have a new challenge for you. No, you don't. Want to hear it? No. No. Because if it's good, Boo, then I'm going to want to do it. No. Of course I don't want to hear it. Shut up. Be quiet. Because if it's cool, then I'm going to want to do it. And I have stuff to do. Next build, no clipping parts. That's not a challenge. And also, I don't clip parts. I don't clip parts that are functional, actually, is what I should say. Yeah, I don't do that. Well, easy now. Don't be mean. No clipping... Like, what do you mean, no clipping parts? So, my rule, Boo, with any particular spacecraft is that I don't clip other parts into each other. So, non-functional... So, like, that carries monopropellant, and that's not clipped into the fuel tank. It's only just a teeny-weeny bit, right? To the point where it could be recessed and you could kind of suspend disbelief for a second. I have fairings clipping in all different types of stuff. But my build style says that, you know, like, see how the tanks aren't clipping at all? And even the ones that are just a teeny-weeny bit. I don't put fuel tanks inside of other fuel tanks. My other rule is that if I'm using a fuel tank for a structure, you can clip stuff. You can clip as many things as you want inside of it as long as it doesn't also carry fuel. So, like, saying, oh, play with no clipping is... Alright? Like... So, that basically just means you want my builds to look very generic and pretty much like everybody else's stuff. Yeah, I don't need to do that. I don't want to do that. I know the way that I build is about as realistic as you can get for stock KSP. And I don't...
Discovery,
like, no clipping isn't a challenge. If it... Seriously, it's really not. I'll even spend some money to show you. There you go. Hey, Wizrule, 30-month resub. There you go. Really capable rocket right there. Yep, 1.03 off the pad, 2.57 from the upper stage. Actually, we need to get rid of a couple of tanks here. Take that tank, put that here like this. Take that, move it up there with a decoupler for payload. There you go. Oh, close out the fuel, obviously. Yep, 1.03 off the pad, 255. This will easily take 18 tons into space, no problem. In fact, the mainsail might even be a little bit overkill, but... I don't need to do that. My plausible realism way, I enjoy playing this way, and I don't really feel like playing any other way, man. It's really not a challenge. How many hours do you have in KSP? It's in the 5 figures, Joe. Somewhere between 10 and 15,000 hours at least. I only talk about it when I ask. I don't keep track. I really don't. Alright, so there's the smart prototype. We're gonna expend some stages tonight. Is that it? Steam keeps track. Yeah, my executable doesn't work with Steam. Steam says I have like 2,400 hours in KSP. That's not right. No, that's not the right rocket. I thought that was the first stage. That's one of the concepts for our next-gen launch vehicle. LV3 first stage. Here we go. LV4 sure does look nice, Ark. What's the next core in line for production here? The last Freedom 10 booster to roll off the assembly line was 122, so this would be booster 23. How much delta V would it take to land on the moon from a 0 inclination orbit? $1,700? Wait, from a 0 inclination orbit. In real life, in Kerbal, from KSP, from Kerbin orbit, from Earth orbit, what are we talking about here, Reagan? Please clarify. Because 1,700 is wrong, because I assumed you were talking about in KSP from Kerbin to the surface of the moon. Let me see, Swagger. Why? I'm confused. Kerbal from lunar orbit, from low lunar orbit in KSP down to the surface. It's 550, Reagan, but I always overestimate, so I would budget 700 for a landing, just in case. You never know, something might go wrong, because you might go down to the landing site and you might see something you don't like. So I always put that extra 200 meters a second delta V to do exactly what Neil and Buzz did during Apollo 11. When Neil brought that lunar lander down, he said, "Nah, I ain't landing there. That's flip the autopilot off. I'm not landing there. That landing site sucks. There's too many rocks." So I always take into account, because the moon has such crazy terrain. My back's killing me, guys. Hold on. I'm gonna take a knee. I always incorporate a little more delta V to take into account that. Refresh. Refresh what? That was refreshed. How much to get back to lunar orbit? The same amount. I can't remember. What was the extra delta V allotment for Apollo 11? 30 seconds of extra burn time, Iron. That's off the top of my head. I might be pulling that out of my tailpipe. Take a knee, drink water. All right. It wasn't much, Iron. It wasn't much. I know that. You typically need less to get back into orbit just because it's easier to do an efficient ascent. That looks good. It really does. You guys did a good job. I like that. What was the... Okay, so it's not made out of netherite. Okay, cool. I think that looks good. Swag, is it deep? And the bridge doesn't need to be arched, guys. A bridge spanning this can be straight, but it's fine. Yep. Like 4 or 5 blocks. That'll work. It'll be fine. It will be fine, mate. The problem is, what is that? That river goes to nowhere anymore because I mean, it used to go over here. We kind of took some architectural precedence there, huh? What is this, TTD in Minecraft? Maybe. But now we need buildings. Yeah, we gotta figure out the zone plots for that. Hey, what's this? It looks like RCT2. S-Master, that's the city. That's the shipyard. It's been upgraded a little bit since the last time you've seen it. Yeah. Canadian, I'll check after the stream, dude. We really gotta move. Alright, this all works. I know this all goes together nicely. Are those ships built below the waterline or just surface toppers? Huh? I don't know what ships you were talking about, Chimp, but I don't want to go back and look, dude. I gotta get my work done here. Would you ever capture an asteroid? Maybe. Asteroid Day is coming up, Ryan, on the 30th, so maybe. Nope, I ruined it. Well, these have the boosters there. Lastly, watch your language in here, please. Yeah, Coyote, that was a viewer built that. I don't know what he built it a couple of days ago and then haven't seen since. I'm not sure what that thing's supposed to be. Okay. All right, guys, I tweaked my back. Give me 1 second. I just gotta go stretch it. I gotta go stretch. I have herniated discs in my back. Sometimes I just gotta stretch real quick, and I hang in a door jamb for a second and stretch my back out, and that usually makes it go away. I know it's not cool, but when I get back to it, we'll start the launch campaign. Alright. I'm good. Alright, let's go. Alright, so we need one of these. Thought about getting an inversion table. I have one, guys. It just takes a lot of time to set up. Those look nice. W. Cool. No, sometimes, you know, like sitting here, I have to get up and stretch, guys. Like I can, okay, it's so stupid. I can feel, like sitting, actually my back's a good, like kind of alarm to tell me that I need to go walk around for a second. Because I can feel, you can feel your back start to tense up if you have herniated discs. And once again, like I could sit here with, you know, sit up straight with good posture, like all the time, like I do right now. And even after a while, it still starts to tense. When I feel it start to tense up, I usually take a knee. And then sometimes that works, sometimes that doesn't. If it doesn't work, I go kind of hang in a door jamb. I go like this and I just pull up and it stretches everything, and then it detenses everything. We're good. Yeah, no, trust me, I know. I know it's weird, but everybody's back pain is a little bit different. Everybody herniates a disc in a slightly different way. That's what works for me. Thoughts on a standing desk? I like my desk too much to have a standing desk, dude. Plus, I don't need to be, standing for 12 hours a day. Maybe if I get a house, Josh, I'll have a sit-down desk for like racing and then a standing desk and like swap between them or something. My chair is just fine, Nuclear. Guys, that's the thing about... It's pretty clear to me that a lot of you guys don't have herniated discs. You don't really get to choose when your back pain happens. You could have a perfectly good lumbar supported chair, like I do, right? And you could go 16 hours, 17 hours, 18 hours, nothing happens. But like me, I've been sitting here for about 8, give or take. Just back decided to tense up, dude. You don't really get to choose when that happens. Yeah, it's not ideal, but hey, whatever. Yeah, dude, I know. Anyway, guys, let's get to launching. So this will work. Yeah, this will work. Yeah, this Marcus chair is great, fellas, to be honest. Payload's integrated. Let's move this over here like that. All right, put that right there. So the first thing we need to do, we're going to use expendable boosters this time around for these missions, just because transfer stages do be like that. I got to find my fueling truck here. There we go. And let's go. Yeah, Dave, sometimes just stretching it detenses it. Like, I can feel it tensing up, and if you let it sit there and you let it tense up, then your back will spasm and your muscles will lock. So, like, anytime I feel it tensing, I either do this. You've seen me do this many times. What I'm doing here is just stretching the discs out. If that doesn't work, I'll take a knee. If that doesn't work, I'll go stretch. Going and stretching usually fixes it. Well, not usually, it does. It fixes it almost every time. If the pain gets worse after that, I have to stop the stream. Because that means I really screwed something up. Do you target that circle corner of the VAB? Yeah, hip. That's where my vehicle spawn point is for the most part. See, I have 3 Freedom 10 boosters over there, but once again, with the transfer stages, guys, it gets a little bit difficult to launch these things. Because with the transfer stage, because it's a 3rd stage and it has low TWR, by the time the thing circularizes, we always lose the first stage. What do you guys think would be... Okay. People that like orbital mechanics. What do you think would be a good way around that? I'm not 100% sure what would be a good way to get around that. The first stage do it once around. No. No, no. Not even close. A higher lob. Zonic, the first stage doesn't get anywhere close to space. Or to circularization. It gets to space, but not to circularization. We're just basically stretching the limits of Freedom 10. That's all. A little bit of a higher trajectory. Higher in what regard? Do we want to push the apogee out further? Pushing the apogee out further could do it, but the apogee would end up being lower, but our flight time could be longer. Simultaneously pushing the apogee up higher, right? A once around design would be cool for a Phantom Express. 70 is where the arrow stops messing you up, Iron. 60 would probably not be sustainable for very long. The other thing we got to consider is that even if we boosted back with Freedom, sadly, your hang time in orbit is the same no matter what you do, because it's based off of energy expended, not altitude. Yeah, you're right. Burn time is burn time. That's correct. Changing the payload mass could mess with that. I mean, within reason, there's an optimized ascent profile because you're taking into account aerodynamics, right? Like, with Aero, there's a reasonable ascent profile that you could squeeze, theoretically, a little bit more performance. Not theoretically. You could squeeze more performance out if I fly the booster friggin' correctly. What I should be saying is I'm trying to find the optimal ascent profile. Like, I wonder what's the optimal ascent profile with Freedom. But we'll have, that's kind of a question, I suppose, for another day. It's not friction, it's atmospheric compression, Iron. Believe it or not, it's a compressive load. Re-entry is compressive. Because you're compressing air and the air ionizes, and when it ionizes, it turns to plasma. Plasma generates heat. Or plasma radiates heat. Radiates heat is the right way to say that. Yeah, Zonic, my solution to this problem would be run in expendable mode. Running in expendable mode, believe it or not, because I'm not lugging those jet engines up into space, right, would make it so, lugging those boosters... Lugging the jet engines up into space, well, it gives you a delta V hit because it's more mass to move, right? The first stage actually will get better performance out of the first stage, second stage, and therefore more fuel for the mission. Yeah, expending it is the right move for now. Yeah, that's the right move for right now. It's not, once again, not the most ideal thing, but you could try to shave some off of the upper stage. I don't know if that's very plausible in KSP. Novus, it seems to be... It's probably just better to wait until we can develop better architecture. Like our on-orbit architecture, the transfer stages, the transfer vehicle, and the reusable lander. That's good. That's good architecture. And building a heavy-duty lifter instead of the medium-duty lifters that we have now will afford us that, if chat chooses to do it, it'll afford us that reusability. Or that margin of error for boost back and landing, I should say. That's the right way to say it. Would having the stage set at 50 kilometers but further down range allow for a better flight? There's only so much optimization you can do, RJ. Delta V is Delta V for the most part. If you push your trajectory out further, is it better for the second stage? Depends on where you're going, T-Man. This is why it's called aerodynamics. Dynamic meaning it depends. It changes. It depends on where you're going. A higher apogee at staging velocity or an apogee that's further down range. It really depends on what you're doing. Steeper ascent trajectories, so a higher AP, are generally used more for, lower, like LEO stuff, and pushing the apogee out further at the expense of the flight trajectory of the first stage is usually used for going further than that. So let me, I didn't say that right. Steeper ascent trajectories with a higher AP are used generally, I think those are for low Earth orbit. And then lower ascent trajectories with the AP pushed further out are for going geo, or for like going geo or going to the moon or whatnot. I'm pretty sure I said that right, but it's been a while. I remember reading about this with SpaceX and their ballistic reentry trajectories with Falcon 9 Block 4. The ballistic trajectories basically made it so they could lob like a 6,000 kilogram satellite into geo and land the first stage just barely. That was like the days of SES-9, SES-8, JCSat, JCSat-14, JCSat-16. Like that was 2016, 2017. I remember reading all about this stuff. Back when SpaceX was cool. What do you mean was? But what if you had a lift system in the lowest orbit possible that caught ascending vehicles and shepherded them from staging point to station? Delta V is Delta V, Iron Oak. There's really no way to get around it. Newton's third law. If you have something that's orbiting at 17,000 miles an hour and it crosses the trajectory of something that's like, and say there's some kind of hook on that, first of all, your differential speed is a couple thousand miles an hour from the suborbital trajectory to orbital velocity. And even if you could catch that, the force imparted from the hook is going to equally apply to both vehicles depending on the mass. So most likely you'll slow down and the whole thing will deorbit. You don't... Newton's third is a pain in the butt, dude. Equal and opposite reactions, right? So you really can't do that. It'd be better to just make a second stage that goes right to wherever you're going instead of like some kind of orbital tug. Did I miss anything? No, Loopy, I had a little bit of back pain. We're talking about, so I had to go stretch. But yeah, no, this is still the first launch campaign and we're getting ready to go here. I know, Boo, right? What a pain in the butt. Okay, pad's fully tanked. How'd you injure it? Working on a loading dock a long time ago, I herniated a disc. Oh yeah, Java, always. Okay. Pad is fueled. Let's get to work. All right, Mac. See you later. Congratulations, buddy. All right. Let's go in here like this. The docking port's refused. Crap. Here's a little present before you leave. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Give to the sub to I am Boo. Alright, well.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Give to the sub to VB Green. The thing is that this still has a Freedom 7 adapter plate on it. Alright, night. Alright, man. Have a good night. Okay. Alright, well, let's recover it. I'll get another one out here. I mean, Loopy, we can, yeah. Yes, that's what I'm going to do. I'll just get rid of the adapter plate. We'll just uncouple it. I'll make sure I'm switched to the right vehicle. It'll just sit there. It's kind of lame. That kind of is against my good faith rule, but... Thanks, Max. Thanks for the gifted subs. I appreciate it. To get rid of boost back, a two-stage spaceplane design could work. One helps it get into the orbit, the other does all the on-orbit operations, both land like shuttles. Yeah, RJ, I mean, yeah, it really... I gotta come up with some more proposals for that. Yeah, Loopy, I know it's the right part, but I can right-click on it, and if you have the same vessel collision thing up on the menu, it'll, you know you're controlling the right vehicle. Let's see, I wish you could add Freedom 7 boosters to the side of Freedom 10. Yeah, I mean that would be useful, that's for sure. Yeah, Novus, that's always been my thing with having your first stage do a once around. So, like, if we made something like an SLS core stage, right? If that makes it into space, is it, I mean, like, I don't understand the point there. Like, because then you're just making an SSTO at that point. I tried this back in the day where I didn't know as much about spaceflight as I did now, and then I made something like Venture Star, and I put a shuttle on the side, and then in Venture Star's payload bay I put an external tank. And I had the shuttle and Venture Star flying, and the external tank would run out, right? Like Venture Star would be working like the SRBs, right? And then we'd let that go, right? Venture Star would get the thing almost all the way into orbit, right? it would go a lot further than the SRBs. Right? We'd separate it enough to do it once around. We'd separate it, and then the shuttle and the external tank would go a little bit further. You'd have main engine cut off, the shuttle would separate, and then Venture Star would do a once around and come back down and land. Why not just build an SSTO at that point? Why have the shuttle and the external tank at all? It doesn't make any sense. I mean, it was a cool idea. Like, seeing a Venture Star with a shuttle on its back was pretty neat. Like, I'm not going to sit here and say that that wasn't cool, but... Yeah, tell him. I mean, Mank, nowadays I like to be a little more precise in my applications here, but yeah. That was a cool project. That was like crazy research and design there. Hey, Space Explorers. Bonjour. What's going on? I don't think I've seen you in here before. How are you? Yeah, Mank, yeah. Couldn't get the stupid thing to work correctly. I mean, I know what needed to fix that. Our balance was all off. We got our center of lift and center of mass lined up. The problem is the center of lift and center of mass were at the back of the vehicle. I mean, back at the time, this was like, what was it, 2016 or something? 2015 when I did that? You know, I was like, oh, well, as long as the center of lift and center of mass are lined up, it should fly just fine. Nope. Yeah, that's not how that works. I know a little bit more about this nowadays, dude. I'd like to say that I'm doing a little bit better, but yeah. All right, let's make sure we're aligned here. $89.8, perfect. Okay. Lift it up a little bit. Set the torque limiter to nothing. Move that to 0. Take the brakes off. Move these in like this. Have the rocket start to wag its tail. Wait, have the rocket start to wag its tail. Take away the torque there. Set these down a little ways. Hey, you know what would be good? If you stopped doing that. Click on the freaking docking port. Stop it! Stop doing that! Thank you. If you had to attach side boosters to Freedom 10, how would you integrate it from an engineering standpoint? I'd put the core stage down, lift smaller SRBs up and over with the crane, and attach 2 to either side. Someone at the launch site was playing Lowrider. Yeah. All of my friends know the car that rides low. The low rider rides a little slower. I don't want to get DMCA'd. I gotta change the lyrics. Remember that car that rides low, that all of my friends know. The low rider. Do you remember the car that drives low, and the car that is slow is the low rider? No, come on, that's different enough. Come on, hey, that's different enough. Do Freebird? Ark, you know what? I don't know, and at this point I'm too afraid to ask. How about the bird that is the word? No. It's the bird that is the drone. What did everybody say about the bird that it's a drone? The bird's a drone. Birds don't exist, it's a drone. Birds don't exist, it's a drone. Programmable. Drone. Sorry. Space Explorers. Tier 1 3 month Tier 1 3 months in advance sub. Thank you very much. Wow. Wow, I own Whistling wowed you. Wow. Thanks, Space. I appreciate it. Space, I haven't seen you around here. Wait a minute. Who are you? Yeah.
Discovery.
Me? Yeah, I haven't seen you. Yeah, no, the other Space Explorer there's a lot of Space Explorers in here. Yes. I have noticed the fine check mark next to your name and wish to know your intentions in the stream. You will tell me now. Yes, RJ, that's right. Rocket, what's going on, man? How are you? Okay, that should be good. OMG. Booster is on top of bad. We will slap that subscribe button. You know you want to. OMG. Wow. Slap. Booster is slapped now. Booster is part of bad. Wow. OMG. Hey, Zoyer, what's going on? I'm almost done with all the legal stuff from the accident. Final stretch. Be good to put that in the rearview mirror. Oh, God. Rocket, I still can't believe that crap happened. We're a lot. Only a little French space streamer, no worries. I'm a shy watcher usually. Oh, sorry for calling you out. My bad. Not much. Glad we're halfway through the week. Such pad. Much wow. What if I already slapped the sub button? What do I do now? You sit here and tell other people to slap. Did you guys know, and I know I'm like totally ripping this from other people. Did you guys know, you want to hear a crazy fact? Every time someone subscribes to this stream, the subscriber count goes up by 1. Can you believe that? Where's the outrage on Twitter? Don't do it.
Discovery.
Don't do it. It's a joke. Damn it! It's a joke. You don't need to do it. I'm trying to be ironic. Okay. Yeah, whatever. Flights in gifted a sub to Proxygen. Thank you. Well, Space Explorer, you said you're a little space channel. Do you stream KSP? Every 60 seconds in India, a minute passes. OMG. Slap. Every time you subscribe, a rocket throttles up. Be sure to smash that like button and ring that bell. Ring the bell. Man, if I ever decide to do YouTube, I'm gonna suck at it. It's gonna really hurt saying that unironically. She's talking about space stuff in français. Français. Bien. My chair is a time machine that travels into the future at an amazing rate of 60 minutes per hour. Oh my god. Can you put that sub goal up? I got rid of it. I got rid of it. I got rid of it because I got rid of the sub goal. Even the sub goal as a joke, people, like, it actually did drive subs, and I'm against doing that. Like, I don't do that. I really don't like doing that. I did it as a joke, and it actually did get me more subscribers, and I felt really bad about it. Like, I'm just like, oh my god.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Fractal gifted 5. This is the. Oh. I don't like. You know, Chad, I know what you're doing right now, and
Discovery,
I don't like
go
it.
at throttle up.
But I mean, that's just people wanting to sub to you. Yeah, I guess, Pulse. I guess, man. I'm just freaking.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Well, open that box. Can't close that one. It's gonna happen anyway, so well, just appreciate
Discovery,
it. Thank you.
go at throttle up.
Thank you for the support, guys. But I just feel like such a jerk reminding people that they can subscribe to the stream. Even doing that is like
Discovery, go at throttle up.
it's cringe. It's just cringe, bro. Like that's. Either way, Angie gifted 5, and then Flight Sim gifted another 5 there. I do appreciate it. Vex, 25 months. I just don't want to remind people to do it. Anti-Saint gifted a sub. Gaw, enjoy the salt with 1,000 bits. D-Pick gave 5 subs. Jeez, guys, you guys are nuts. We all cringe with you. Oh, stop it. I don't do it because you remind us. I do it because I enjoy the content. Well, that would be my hope. Hokey gifted 10. Oh my goodness. Did you guys know that every 60 seconds, 1 minute passes? I know, right?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Alright, hang on. Is the docking port fused here? It's not. Oh, yes it is. Oh, wait, no, it's not. Is it? I can't tell. Whatever. OMG. Recover. We don't have time for this. We're doing this? Alright. Hey, Shadow, what's going on? Nice shuttle fleet you got there. Thanks, Josny, I appreciate it. You know, I don't mind expending these freedom boosters for now because you guys paid me. You guys paid me to get these missions done. And reusability, as far as I'm concerned,
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Is a secondary thing. And it's primary to the mission. It's secondary to the primary mission, just like SpaceX, so screw it. I don't mind expending these. It's really not a problem. We gotta make sure that this thing has the right serial numbers on it. No, not expend. Expand. Differences. Okie dokie. Welsh, 21-month resub. Thanks, guys. I really appreciate it. I do appreciate the support, but, you know, I have a firm rule, and this is why I really, unless it's like funny, haha, we're doing it right now. My general rule is to not talk about subs pretty much in any way, unless somebody thanks me, unless somebody resubs or something, or somebody subscribes. I generally don't do that. It's just, I don't know. Maybe I'm a piece of crap for thinking this, but I generally think there's too many people out there that just beg for subs. I really don't like doing that. I ain't gonna beg. I'm sorry. If you are here to see me beg, you will be disappointed. I want to earn your sub, not ask for it, you know? Oh, right, how dare me.
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
You don't do that. Stop it, Rocket. I should be paying you. Heck with the subs, have a beer or two. I mean, okay. I mean, I'm not gonna not do that. Now, are you asking or are you telling? Wait a minute. Begging is far from reminding people to support you if they enjoy the stream.
Go at throttle up.
But the line between them is quite blurred. Pulse, I'd like to think I hit a good stride with it by bringing it up as a joke. But even then, I still feel... I want to earn it. I want you to see the stream and be like... Well, not you, but I want people to see the stream and be like, oh man, what this guy's doing is awesome. I love this. I'm going to subscribe to this. Like, I want people to come to their own conclusions. I certainly don't want to remind them, that's for sure. That's like a restaurant saying like, hey, be sure to tip your waitress. Like that's something that the restaurant manager doesn't say that. The entertainment says that. Oh crap, I'm the entertainment. You don't want me to think the stream is good? Pulse, alright. You and I both know that if I said that I think you should think this, you'd probably tell me to shove it. Hey Pulse, I think you should think. When have you ever been like, yeah, I should do that? No. Paul, subscribe to the stream. Nah, you're an idiot. That's the response I'm kind of expecting. Let's be real, you know that's the response. No, you're the waitress? Why can't I be the waiter? Why in all of my analogies, chat always ends up saying that I'm the waitress or I'm the actress or something? I'm really confused. Why does this always happen? Yeah, well, that's why I did the quarantine streams, Flight Sim, and that's why I never stopped. I mean, most of my streams go over 12 hours, easy. Are we the baddies? Is it the long hair? Because you can see that. Can I just be the waiter? Because you're a pretty prince. I don't know why I even brought it up. Can I at least be the hostess? Like, why be a waitress? You would make a good wife. That's... Okay, that's... Yep. Nope. As if we didn't already go to the weird part of the stream. Now it's just really... Now it's just like... Now it's just creepy. Like, I don't know. I'll bust the tables. That's fine. Wait, a waitress isn't a hostess? No, the waitress is the people that go and take your order. The hostess is the person at the front that looks pretty and shows people to their tables. You guys ever, any of y'all ever worked in a restaurant? Jeez. All right. Second stage is graboed. Cancelled. What's wrong with being a waitress? Nothing. Oh, you suck. You suck. Never said anything was wrong with being a waitress. I said if I had the choice, can I be the hostess? God. Let me see, Prey. Oh, wow. Oh, jeez. There, yo, Prey. Don't use wheels. Don't ever pick up something on sprung weight. That's a really bad idea. Just for the record. Don't pick up stuff on sprung weight, especially in KSP. You know, you don't do that in real life because with a crane, you don't want any sprung weight. You don't want any bending. Nothing. Don't want that. So, like, what you could do is have, like, landing gear, pick the thing up and move it, and then tow it around with a trackmobile. Don't use the wheels on the side. Trust me on that one. I had a bad experience once. Can you listen to this? It's not a song, it's a rocket engine. Any idea what's happening? Okay. I will listen to this and work at the same time. Many actresses started to referring to themselves as actors. I think waitresses have have started doing the same thing. How does the nose detach from the engine later? Blasty, there's a decoupler in there. See the decoupler? The docking port and the decoupler stay with the first stage and the second stage goes. But in order to couple it out here, I need the docking port in order to attach it. Something like that, Hired, yeah. The idea is to skip building a gantry because of the sheer scale. Mobile launcher. Use a mobile launcher, landing gear, and rails or something, and then tow it with a trackmobile, Slick 41 style. It's funny because the goals, like, and this is the thing, Prey, that I've noticed. KSP reflects real life in very weird ways. Like, KSP has a different mentality about thinking about how you build something, but in the end, it actually, when you go to build something at scale like that, you run into severe deformation problems. There's a reason why, so what I'm getting at is there's a reason why 39A is using a crawler transport and a mobile launcher instead of building something on the pad, or instead of having like railway tracks. It's because of mass, because stuff bends. You had to spread the load out, and in order to spread the load of that Saturn V and the mobile launch, you couldn't do it with railway tracks. The railway tracks would look ridiculous. It would look like a freight yard all the way to the pad. So the idea that they came up with came from cranes, using crawler cranes. So they just fastened the biggest crawlers they could find from Marion Steam Shovel and 2 locomotive chassis and put it all together to make the crawler and the mobile launcher. Yeah, I mean, you could. What I would do is have the mobile launcher set itself down, and then have, something with the rover wheels go up and grab the thing and then move it around, or just tow the thing. You could push it across the finish line or tow it. KSP wheels really don't like the weight. It's spinning around in circles on the ground. That's what I mean about, yeah, I mean, there's also that with sprung weight. Anyway, let's listen to this, Forge. This video you want me to listen to is called SpaceX McGregor Raptor Testing. This was this afternoon. Combustion instability. Wait a minute. No. That's not combustion instability. That could be modulating thrust. Why not use bikes? The rail track will use a lot of anvils. No, that's something different, Supercraft. That's modulating thrust. Let me listen to it again. Somebody needs to make a beat out of that. I'm going to play it one more time. Pray. That's modulating thrust. It's a hot gas thruster. I'm pretty damn sure. It's too loud to be RCS, but like you wouldn't get pulses like that. When I say they're modulating thrust, what you do with, say, oh, I don't know, a lander engine, right, is you pulse it like that. You modulate it. You modulate the thrust. The idea is that when you're coming into landing, you might need to pulse the engine for a second just to slow down just a little bit. So you could throttle and you could also pulse it. You can modulate. I think, yeah, no, that sounds like a hot gas thruster. I'm going to go ahead and go out, and once again, I'm guessing, I don't know, but if I had to put my money on it, that sounds like the lunar lander, the Starship lunar lander thrusters. That's what that sounds like. It's loud. It's too loud to be RCS. And what other engines does SpaceX modulate like that? Super Dracos. You could do that with Super Dracos. And it would be loud enough. So it could be that. But why would they test Super Dracos right now? I mean, you could. Let's see why. Maybe they're upgrading them. I'd say that's probably the more likely solution. The crazy solution would be that it's for Starship and it's HLS. So, like the hot gas thrusters that are going to be on the lunar lander. So, SpaceX in their HLS proposal, don't X out of it, moron, has 6 thrusters coming out the side of Starship because they can't use the Raptor engines to land. These thrusters would sound like that. They're hot gas thrusters. It's 3 miles. It's from 3 miles away. No way that's RCS, and it's coming from the Raptor test stands. See, that's... Interesting. It's coming from the Raptor stands? I presume they do qualification testing on all Super Dracos. But the Super Dracos aren't tested at the Raptor test stands, Kuju. If what Forge is saying is right, and that's coming from the Raptor test stands. Did it do SOS? Was that... Hang on. No. That does sound like SOS, doesn't it? Yeah, I agree, Prey. Yeah, I mean... I know for a fact you can't... if a Raptor engine is making that noise, you got a big problem. Yeah, if a Raptor engine's making that noise, something has gone horribly wrong. And I didn't see any explosion there or a fire or anything in the background. But then again, the video's too short to see if that's a thing anyway. All right, Flight Sim. See you, buddy. What is SAS? Stability Assist Control. It's basically wherever the vehicle's pointing, you turn on the SAS, it'll try to point in that direction. What was that sound? SpaceX. That was taken from the test area today, from McGregor. The Raptor test stands were making that sound. I mean, it could be, like, what else could that be? It sounds like, okay, what I want it to be. There's what I want it to be, and there's what I think what it probably actually is. They could have been purging the gas from the methane plumbing, which could be a thing, but also at the same time, that could very much be them testing the HLS thrusters. I've said, and it's very much, this is very much speculation, but if SpaceX is truly in the running for human landing system, they would need, the first thing they would need to figure out is the thrusters. Everything else will be developed in parallel, but a big part of their HLS proposal is the hot gas thrusters. Oh no. OMG. What the hell's going on here? Oh, this is an older stage, so it doesn't have the fairing split sections. That'll work, though. This will work. It's a little wonky, but it'll work. Same point of view. Interesting. Okay, we're within alignment. Let's get this thing, let's get the payload out here. Hey, Hatgoon. I don't think I do have it. Well, I get paid to play KSP, Hat. Remember that. So, I'm sure if you got paid to play KSP,
Discovery,
you could probably make something better than me. In fact, I'm willing to bet on it. Hey, Savvy, what's going on, man? How's work, dude? Hadgoon, my intentions here are not to dissuade people from playing KSP. I want people to see this and be like, oh man, I could make that better. I'm gonna go do it. Please do that. It's to inspire. Like, oh my god, look at that. He's making his own rockets. It's so cool. That's kind of what I'm trying to do. All right. Work is, it's work. I won't complain. Got it. Got it. Yeah, I know what you mean. All right. First payload of the night. Let's do this. I gotta go over here. I'm getting a puppy this weekend, so that's cool. Right on, man. That's neat. You got a house, don't you, Savvy? I mean, it's been a little while, dude. I remember you talking about that. You got a house, right? Or were you talking about buying a house? I forget. It's been a while, dude. Okay, you did. All right, cool. So I'm remembering right. Cool. Your boy still got it. It's your boy. All right. Do final checkouts. Those thrusters are disabled. Good. Switch the editor. Get Glebless up here. How's the Lego shuttle build? Deceptively long. It takes a long time. German Shepherd. Nice. Great dogs. You like dogs? Sarah, you like dogs? Paul, so one of my buddies has a pit bull lab mix. The dog doesn't know his own strength. I'll just leave it at that. But yeah, let's just say, yeah, you're right. Thanks, Kyron. Love you, buddy. You like dogs? Dogs. You know dogs. You like dogs? I love it. Paul's the dog's like 80 pounds, and the dog thinks it's still 40 pounds. So, like, he'll jump up onto your lap and stuff and be like, hey, I just wanted to let you know, I appreciate you. And you're like, oh, God, claws. Ah! You know, stop it. The dog's like, what? Are you not excited to see me? Why aren't you excited? I don't understand how this works, human. That happened. Cuts. Thighs. Ow. Yeah, T-Man, they do that. Freaking love dogs, man. Dogs are awesome. I don't, I'm a dog guy. I don't hate cats. Cats are cool. But I'm a dog guy. Oh, yeah. I like work dogs. Those are my favorite. It's like boxers, shepherds, labs, goldens, stuff like that. Mastiffs. I like work dogs. Yeah, oh yeah, someone, yeah, goldens. Yeah, they'll do that. Husky, nice, nice. Yeah, Paul, Brimo and I would have dogs right now if the apartment allowed it. Yeah. Oh, Creation, don't tell that to me. I'm surprised you don't have a dog. Once again, apartment forbids it. There's no pets in the apartment complex that we're in. Yeah, or else that would have been one of the first things we did. Why is this thing wobbling so much? I don't understand why this thing is swaying, and more importantly, I don't understand why we're not damping out the force. Yeah. Hey, dampers. Do your job, please. Hello? Yeah, Zonku, yeah, right. This isn't stressful at all. Yeah, Hillness, we were just listening to some audio. Dude, that sounds like lander engines. That sounds like hot gas thrusters, to be honest with you, dude. Sounds like hot gas. I can't prove it. Sources, dude, trust me, but that sounds like lander engines. That I'm gonna go ahead and go out on a limb here and say they're testing Starship lander engines. Like, once again, I have the audio already teed up. Listen. That's a hot gas thruster. That's a hot gas thruster all day. Especially that. They're modulating the thrust. They're modulating they're modulating thrust. Like how you would modulate thrust with RCS. Dude. Like, once again, I'm not gonna say that it is, because I don't know for sure, but that's definitely what it sounds like. That's what lander engines sound like. Just... Because the lander engine kind of landing engines for, like, landing on the moon need to work, like, halfway between, like, RCS and halfway between a regular engine. Like, take the LMD, for instance. The LMD was a pressurized hypergolic pintle injector engine. It's halfway between, like, a Merlin 1D and halfway between, like, a Draco thruster. And it would sound exactly like that. They modulate it. Like, in case you're coming in for a landing and you just need to change your velocity just a little bit, you tap it and it'll change it for you. That's called it's thrust modulation, I'm pretty sure is what that's called. But someone that knows more about this than me would probably have to confirm it to be sure. But once again, it's important to remember that I'm just guessing, and it's important to remember that everybody here is just guessing. We won't know for sure. I mean, like I said, I've said in the past that this far into HLS, even at this point, there's no way that SpaceX doesn't have some type of prototype for the lander engine. There's no way. But Elon can't really talk about it because it's a blackout period. They can't talk about it because NASA's selecting the contract. If they go and show their hot gas thrusters, like, instead of, like, I mean, the other guys have talked about like, you know, their mock-ups and stuff. But if they go and show, like, hardware from it, it could be a conflict of interest. And that could jeopardize the selection process. So they wouldn't talk about it. Now I can say sources say. Thanks, EJ. What about those fireworks at Boca Chica a few weeks ago? Yeah, Kyron, I forgot all about that. Interesting. All right. Here we go. NASA warned the national team about showing hardware. Yeah, because they're in a down select period, they don't want a conflict of interest. If you go off and show, like, oh yeah, this is a lunar lander design that NASA wants us to make, you could taint the results of the down select, and yeah, that would delay the lunar program way past 2024, way past. So yeah, we don't want that. Yeah, the fireworks, Elon said they were celebrating the landing. Whatever that means. The Starship landing. I think, which one was it after? SN 10? Was it after 10? But the thing is, it was like 4 or 5 days after. So yeah, that was weird. And so, you know, folks speculated that it could be for HLS, but who knows? Okay. We're ready to fly. Let's do this. Check for final alignment here on the vehicle. $89.8. We're good. No, Space Explorers, they don't. We're only speculating right now. This isn't space news. It's just us talking, so yeah, I don't know. It's definitely peculiar, you know. I'm talking about the sound. That doesn't sound like anything that SpaceX has, like, at least publicly. The Mach-E makes fake V8 noises when you punch the accelerator. Yeah, you know what, Buck? I didn't need to know that. That's cringe. That's cringe as frick. That's cringe. You know what I don't like? I don't like that we have to try to make electric cars like gasoline cars. Tesla is the only one that understands this. They're the only one that understands that you shouldn't don't try to make an electric car like a gas car. Ford doesn't understand that. Chevy, and I don't know. Why don't, like, put straight cut gears in the gearbox or something so you hear the zzz when you step on the gas instead of a freaking speaker. Like, electric cars are already heavy. Why would you waste time with speakers that make fake V8 noise? That's so stupid. Yeah, no, I mean, I get it. I understand why they did it. Still not that big of a fan. First rocket of the night's out on the pad. This one's going out to the moon. Yeah, okay, Grizzly, that makes sense. What's on this launch? Lunar lander resupply. We're heading out to the moon. And the Minmus mission might cross paths for a correction burn. So once we're up on orbit, we'll see if we can do that. Okay, we're good to launch. Let's do this. Chevy already makes that. Yeah, Nuggets, just, you're having a conversation about somebody who doesn't understand that rockets fly through, rockets can't fly through space because there's no air. Yeah, tell them to look up reaction mass, because anybody that peddles that nonsense doesn't understand Newton's third laws, or hasn't even bothered to go and read about it and just assume that they know better. If they don't understand basic physics and, you know, Newton's first, second, and third laws, then you shouldn't even be talking to them. Right there, with that, right there, what they said, with that, right off the bat, you know that they have no idea what they're saying, so don't even bother. Don't waste your time. If you gotta, the people that like to argue over that kind of stuff are the people that already have their minds made up. They're not worth it. Don't even bother. That would be a waste of time. Would the national team's lander be safer than Dynetics in an abort scenario? It's possible, Berg. Last, okay. Interesting, Thomas. I'll tell you what, if a raptor is making this noise, if a raptor's making that noise, you got a big problem. Yeah, that. I mean, that was the first thing that I thought it was, combustion instability. But that second duration burn, that makes it sound different. Anyway, let's get this mission up on the books here. This is Luna 4. Launch 1. We're launching on a Freedom 10, version 3.1. The payload is transfer stage 7. Orbital parameters, we're looking for at an initial insertion about 98 by 98, and then we're going to TLI, and then we're going to low lunar orbit. I have that. We don't have crew. I gotta get the payload mass on one of these things. 12.2 tons. Complex 1A. This is the 4th launch from 1A on this pad without refurbishment. 84th launch from 1A total. No vehicle serial number. This is LV3 first stages. 30? Hold on. 23 and 31. Okay, so this is LV3 1, 2, 3. Second stage is 131. Mission description: lunar lander refuel resupply for Luna 4 mission, or Lunar 4. Okay, the booster will be expended Okay, and we will target a launch date of year 3, day 305. We're going to target 5/29. Year 3, day 305, 05, colon 21, or no, 29, colon 00. We are go for launch. Luna 4, launch 1. Okay, let's go through our procedures here. The first thing we'll do is check for alignment. Alignment check is good, showing 89.8 on the pad. I'll figure it out later, Ryan. What's all these links? Origin after today's flight. It's time. Cool. Nice shirt, Forge. I don't know, illness. All right, let's do a hierarchy check here. All right, no more links for the time being, fellas, okay? It's game time. Okay. Hierarchy check is confirmed. Okay. Staging. Okay. We need the forward fairing decoupler, and then that decoupler, and then the ullage thrusters, and then fairing separation. Okay, vehicle is staged. Okay. Let's go down the vehicle and do all the checks. So let's go right in here, check for crossfeed there. Crossfeed is disabled. Go to the fairing plate here, check for crossfeed. Crossfeed disabled. Check for same vessel collision here between the upper stage and the avionics bay. Avionics bay is reading same vessel alignment, that's good. Here, okay, we have same vessel collision on the second stage forward skirt and the avionics and payload attachment fitting. That's good. Let's go here. Same vessel interaction there on the second stage fuel tank. Let's go down here, check the fairing. Interstage fairing is reading same vessel collision. We're good. Let's go in here. We're going to open up the second stage fill and drain valves here by enabling the crossfeed. Crossfeed is enabled. Second stage is ready to be fueled. Going all the way down here to the bottom. Let's make sure same vessel collision is enabled on the reaction table here. It is. And the interstage, or the aft skirt fairing here as well. It is. Okay. Okay, first stage fill and drain is open. Vehicle is staged. We are go for fueling. First stage fueling is underway at this time. Ariane misspoke during the cast, saying next time, and then reverting to soon for crew. Interesting. First stage fueling is underway. What Thomas said. Okay.
To think, next time, it's coming up soon. when we start, putting people in that capsule.
Whoops.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Arctic, 32-month resub. Thanks, man. My spaghetti is ready. Is it mom's spaghetti? Nice, public.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Okay, we're halfway, 50% through first stage fueling here. Emon Demon, 33-month resub. Thank you. It's just the fuel to oxidizer ratio, concrete. Kerbal fuels are a weird ratio. They're somewhere in line with hypergalls. Hypergalls are methylox, believe it or not. Yeah, they have a weird oxidizer to fuel ratio. It's definitely not hydrogen, and it's definitely not Carolox either. Well, it might be. It could be that too. Hard to say. Yeah? Are you okay? Alright. Guys, I'll be right back 1 second. Bremo needs me. No, Hellfish, I haven't. But I'll be right back 1 second, guys. We're back.
We're back. Everything is fine. I'm leaving now.
Okay.
What?
I'll see you.
I love you. By the way, the angel food cake is on the counter.
Angel food cake?
Yeah.
You have angel food cake?
I do. I made some today. It's on the counter.
Why haven't you brought me any?
Because I didn't know if you liked it or not, and I wasn't sure.
Chad, you're gonna have to excuse me for just 1 second. Bremo, just entertain them over here.
Okay. Hi, chat. I made this angel food cake from a box in, I don't know, we'll see. I don't know if it's any good. I've eaten like half a loaf, so. What do you think of it? Okay. This is my first time making it. It came from a box.
Tastes right to me.
Okay.
Delicious. Remember, the cake is alive. That is a conspiracy being peddled by Big Pie. It's absolutely not true. Cake is delicious, and it is arguably superior. That's why there's shows called Cake Masters, and there's not shows called Pie Masters. Refute that one, Big Pie. Pro tip, you can't. It's like pound cake, Bill, yeah. It's delicious, actually. Needs some strawberries. Like, it's the kind of cake, like, it's almost like shortcake, right? Like, you need to, like, cut up some strawberries and put some, like, jam on it. I like it. It's delicious. Pie Masters is on another channel. Right. Okay, this is Mission Control. We can shut this down here. Mission Control sitting at T-minus, let's see, 4 minutes and counting. Second stage fueling has begun here. First stage fueling is almost topped off and ready to go. I use airplane gear to move the cranes around, Prey. Airplane gears are very good at holding up stuff. Rover wheels are not good at holding up stuff. Pretty much like in real life. Landing gears are very strong. They have a very high spring strength and very high damper strength. So what I do when I move my crane around is I deploy the landing gear, the crane moves up, and then I push it on the rails. If you stack 2 lasagnas, you still have 1 lasagna. He's out of line, but he's right. Okay. My favorite pie is apple, by far and away. Nothing beats apple pie, hot apple pie, and vanilla ice cream. Nothing beats it. It's so damn delicious. Key lime pie is good though. I don't mind key lime pie. All right. We're fully fueled. We're gonna close out second stage. Add cranberries to that apple pie. I don't necessarily need the cranberries, but I could roll with it. I don't need it, but be good. Okay, closing out. Second stage, fill and drain valves now. Okay, control surfaces are locked out. Not that we're really going to need them, but... yeah, Blasty, I like that too. T-minus 3 minutes and counting. Pumpkin pie with vanilla ice cream, you commie. Pumpkin pie? Are you stupid? I just said that apple pie and vanilla ice cream is the best pie, and you said pumpkin pie and vanilla and then called me a commie. Are you dumb? It's apple pie. Apple pie is... I'm not taking this, chat. I'm focusing on the mission.
Well, I like pumpkin pie.
Gross. Nice, Hellfish. That's cool. Cake sucks so much they had to invent frosting to make it edible. They had to put stuff in pie to make it edible. You could play... No, see, that's a bad argument. But why is a pizza circular? Why is a pizza that's circular placed in a square box but served as a triangle? These are the questions that need to be answered because it's easier to make a square box than a circle box. I worked in a pizza place. Source. If the boxes were circular, they'd be harder to manufacture. A rectangular box is very easy to make because that means you only need a flat piece of cardboard and then cut it out. You need to cut it out on a machine. It's easier to manufacture, easier to make. Questions answered. And pizza, if I'm remembering right, public, Sicilian pizza is squares. So, you're doubly wrong. Questions are answered. Get on my level. T-minus 2 minutes and counting. We are go for auto sequencer start. Freedom's onboard computers have primary control of all vehicle critical functions. Standing by for thermal conditioning of the engines. Okay. Okay, first stage is fully topped off, pressing for flight. Stand by for TVC checkout. Thrust vector control checkout is confirmed. Engine wiggle is nominal. T-minus 1 minute and 19 seconds. First launch of the Luna 4 mission. Luna 4 mission will consist of 3 launches, 2 resupply missions. This is the first of 2. And then a crew flight with a dart up to the space station, where a transfer vehicle will be waiting to move the crew out to a refueled lander. The first resupply mission tonight will go to the lander. Second one will go to the space station and the transfer vehicle, followed immediately right after a crew launch. Yeah, concrete for sure. T-minus 1 minute and counting. Rock, report range status. Status check. Go Luna 4 Flight 1, go Freedom 10B. Cleared to proceed with terminal count. Range Operations Coordinator has cleared the launch. And And we are clear to proceed with the final 30 seconds of the count. Ground pyrotechnic ignition systems have been armed at this time. T-minus 20 seconds in game. Ground pyrotechnic ignition systems are primed. T-minus 20 seconds in real time. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got a booster ignition. And we got a liftoff. Liftoff, Freedom 10. Launching the Transfer Vehicle 7 for Luna Flight 4. For Luna 4 Flight 1. Cleared the tower. Vehicles go for roll program. Roll program is complete. We're getting anomalies on the first to second stage here. Throttling back for maximum dynamic pressure. There seems to be a structural anomaly with the interstage. First stage is now throttling back for maximum dynamic pressure. I know what it is. This interstage doesn't have the upgrades that we made to the Freedom 10 first stage the other day. We didn't set the segmented fairing to 4 sides, and I had problems integrating the second stage. And because I had problems integrating the second stage, yeah, that means that the second stage isn't riding directly on the first stage interstage, but it's no problem. I can steer it into space. It shouldn't be an issue as long as I know what's going on. Dynamic pressure is at 9,800 pascals and increasing. We have max Q. All systems looking good. Pitching over. We just don't want to make too heavy of adjustments here. Throttling up out of the throttle bucket. We're out of the throttle bucket, next step in the flight is main engine cutoff. We have Miko. Upper stage ignition confirmed, separation confirmed, all systems looking good. We have good first stage performance. Stand by for payload fairing jettison. VLF jettison confirmed. I kept the ascent steep, Jim, because of what I was talking about. Next step in the flight here, second stage engine cutoff. Second stage engine cutoff should happen good duration in. Mission elapsed time is 3 minutes 35 seconds. About 20 seconds left here on the second stage burn. Stand by for Seco. Second stage engine cutoff confirmed. Stand by for separation. We got a good separation of the transfer stage. Stand by for transfer stage ignition. Transfer stage ignition confirmed. Stand by for loss of signal on the first stage, as expected. I got a little overzealous with the second stage doing radial in. We dipped a little bit. That's dangerous. Yeah, I gotta go back up like now. Not an ideal ascent here. That whole steep ascent profile created a really bad ascent. We'll make it. As long as we really don't dip any further, we'll be okay. We just gotta get the AP out in front of us. We have lost a signal in the first stage as expected. Stand by for second stage burn up and re-entry here. Okay. AP's out in front. We can accelerate now. We have positive periapsis. That was a pretty crappy ascent, and it came from that bad interstage. We have transfer stage engine cut off here. I'm not going to deploy the solar panels just yet. We are going to aero brake just a little bit. We have lost a signal on the stage. First and second, we're supposed to be expended, Squishton. Yep. I just bind them to an action group, Jonas, but I didn't do it this time. I thought I had it that way, but it's fine. Okay. Yeah, that was. Did you see the second stage and the payload wobbling around? Yeah, it's because I did this. The second stage didn't seat against the first stage correctly, and that's because I was using an older version of the first stage because I knew we needed to expend this booster because of the high, because of the high mass of the payload. Diamond hands through the dip, that's right. Yeah, Devious, I had to keep it on a steeper ascent because if I tried to pitch over because the second stage wasn't seating correctly, it would have bent like this and the whole stack could have bent, and then if the payload fairing, the arrow hits it, it'll just flip it over and it'll just start noodling around. So I kind of had to do it that way. We're going to take a little bit of a Delta V hit, but we have the margin here, so it's not the worst. All right, let me get the music back on. Yeah, we're just spending a lot of time arrow braking here, but it's okay. Okay. It'll be out there sooner or later. Set the moon as target just to see. Ugh. First thing we're going to do is just a little bit of a course correction here. Can you, like, stop being in the atmosphere, please? Jeez. Almost out. We'll deploy the solar panels here once we get up above 70 kilometers. Do we have a target for Luna 4 yet? No. Once this thing gets out there, I'll pretty much pick out a target. Why don't you do a mid-course correction? Because where the moon is right now, if I did the... if I burned right now... Well, actually, hang on. Let me see where it is. So we go around one more where the moon's going to be over there, which means my orbit's going to be going this way, which means I'll have a mid-course correction out there. Yeah, we're in good phasing for that this time around. We don't necessarily need to do it. Okay, we're above 70. Stand by for solar panel. Deploy. Hey, just waste more RCS. Yeah, just waste more of it. Just waste more of the thing. That's fine. All right. All right. So the first thing I'm going to do is go in here and we're going to limit these thrusters. I'm going to limit everything to 20 except for the forward and back thrusters. So the yaw, pitch, and roll thrusters, I'm going to move those down to 20. Forward and back thrusters, we can keep at 50. There. Slight burn here, 30 meters a second. And let me tally up my total fuel here. Okay. Alright, let's do this. Take this. I should be able to tell you based off how much fuel we have here. Oh. I'm not sure if that... it's gonna be close. We used a lot of fuel. Damn it. That's no good. How much Delta V do we have? That's gonna be close, man. Alright, it's time warp to the next maneuver. Let's get out to the moon. Okay, stand by for the circularization burn here. This one should be a very quick one. Okay, now what we're gonna do is dial in a lunar maneuver here. There we go. Get this for as little Delta V as I possibly can. Okay, that's good for an initial insertion here. Let's go. Get her done out to the moon, man. We gotta refuel that lander. Okay, we have a 1 minute 56 burn time, which means we are at T-minus 1 minute until the burn. This thing is going out to the moon, guys. Transfer stage 7 is going out to the moon to refuel my lunar lander. So this mission is gonna go out and refuel the lunar lander. The next mission is gonna go out and refuel my transfer vehicle that's sitting at the space station. That's the vehicle that they use to get out to the moon. And then I'm going to send the crew up to the space station with a little shuttle. Shuttle's going to stay at the station. Crew gets into the transfer vehicle, undocks, goes to the moon, finds the lander, rendezvous with it, lands, comes back up, gets back in the transfer vehicle, comes back home, goes back to the station, dispose of the transfer stage, and then, yeah. The transfer vehicle and the lander are reused. All we got to do is just keep sending up these stages. Okay, we're good for the burn. Okay, here we go. TS7 is going for translunar injection now. ALSEP experiments, Jim, science, and we're going to find another landing site and another landing biome. Right now, what I'm doing is proving the architecture. We're proving that the architecture works. halfway through the burn here. Out for translunar injection. Okay. So the translunar injection burn is just a nice way of saying I'm putting myself into an orbit that's going to cross the moon's gravitational pull. You're basically doing an injection into the moon's orbit. Or into the moon's grav well. That's the right way to say it. This is a Hohmann transfer. What's called a Hohmann transfer in orbital mechanics. This is, for the most part, how we get around in space. We use Hohmann transfers. Basically, just put your orbit so when you cross the path of the celestial body that you're trying to get to, it's there, and you get pulled in by its grav well. And depending on how the planet is, like if it has atmosphere or not, you can do there's different things that you can do to basically do the space equivalent of stepping on the brakes. At the moon, because there's no atmosphere out here, the stepping on the brakes is basically turning the engine around and firing in the direction that you're going and slowing yourself down so the moon's grav well will capture. What happens to TS-7 after it refuels the lander? And you could warn them if you spoke Ovitos. Akaramatusu! Mufasa! Yeah, transfer stage 7 will be discarded. Okay.
Our first stop will be on the grounds of the world-famous National Palace Museum, which houses Chinese treasures dating back some 4,000 years.
Well, let's hit the road.
Well, that's not what I wanted. I'm using the maneuver node right here behind me to guide myself in and get a nice orbit going here. I want to try to insert into the same orbit more or less as the lander. So I'm just doing some quick dialing in here. And shifting around some of the orbital parameters for this mover, nice, that's what I was about to call it, to make sure that I get as close to the transfer stage as I possibly can. See the ascending node? The ascending node will tell your tilt of the tilt of your orbit relative in degrees to the thing you're trying to get to. So right now, if I flew on the dotted line right here and we did the maneuver, we would be 0.4 degrees different tilt. That's okay. I ideally want to get that number to 0, especially with my maneuver. And that's basically just, I have to change the phase of the burn here for the most part to really change that. If I push my orbital time out a little bit more, The whole idea is to get the dotted blue line and the yellow line to basically match each other. I think 0.4 is really close enough. I might be able to get it dialed in a little bit more. The closer I can get that number to 0, the easier the rendezvous would be. How do you get the maneuver node editor to come up? Go over here and hit the orbit button like this when you make a maneuver node, and it'll pop up. You can do a lot of cool stuff with this. You could set your maneuver for the next orbit. This lever right here changes the rate at which you can move stuff, so you have coarse and fine adjustment to the maneuver node. And then this is changing the phase, so you can move, your maneuver node can move forward and back, and that is dependent on the adjustment here. Or you could just set it to one orbit in the future, and then you could pull normal, anti-normal, radial in, radial out, prograde, retrograde. So prograde is forward, retrograde is backwards, anti-normal is burning like if your ship was following the orbit or following the ground. So like if the bottom of your ship was facing the ground, and a coplanar anti-normal or coplanar normal burn would be like turning left and right instead of it going like forward and back. And then radial in and radial out is pretty much used for adjusting longitude of ascending node. You can do a bunch of different things with it. You usually use anti-normal. Sorry, I had to stop my explanation because I missed the burn just by a little bit. It's okay. The margins out here are just fine. I'm going to use the monopropellant for this. Oh, Maverick, you liked it? It was a good one. Definitely. All right. You basically use these for adjusting different aspects of your maneuver. So, radial in, radial out. Hang on. Radial in, radial out adjusts the LAN right there. Over there on the left. Okay. Normal and anti-normal, the triangles, are inclination. And prograde and retrograde change eccentricity. If your eccentricity of your orbit is zero, you're in a perfect circular orbit. If your eccentricity is 1, that means you're on escape velocity. See, right now, my eccentricity is 0.88. So, if you look at my orbit is almost escape, because I'm going to the moon. We will improve our orbital eccentricity once we get to the moon and circularize around it. I'll try to get that down to 0. We don't want high differential inclination here relative to the moon, or relative to the lander, but it's okay. 0.3 is nothing to make up for. It's really easy to account for that margin of error. Hey Pythos, thank you for the raid. Is it possible in real life to get a perfect 0 eccentricity? You can, Flykin, but it won't last for very long. The reason why it won't last for very long is because you have to take into account what's called perturbing forces. There's orbital perturbations. So basically, you put yourself into a perfectly eccentric orbit. The moon comes up over the horizon. It'll pull you in that direction. Sun comes up. It'll pull you in that direction. If Earth is near Mars and Mars is going by, it'll pull you in that direction. There's perturbing forces. And there's also solar wind. Solar wind is solar wind. It's ionic radiation hitting something. Newton's third law, equal and opposite. Solar ionic radiation or solar wind hitting a satellite will move it. It'll move it. That's why that's how they figured out like the concept of doing like a solar sail, for instance, right? It's totally doable because they know that you can basically use a huge sail to grab the gusts of ionic radiation and basically have a sailboat in space. What is solar ionic radiation? It's the sun's exhaust plume. The sun is, I like to think of the sun as a gigantic power plant. And And like any power plant, it has exhaust. Ionic radiation is the exhaust from the sun. And then there's GCW, galactic cosmic rays, which are the byproduct of something crazy happening out there in the galaxy. I did not get it, Hiroku. Solar sails are plausible. Yeah, you could do that. Oh, you want? Yo, here, look. There's even been concepts of solar ionic ramjets using, basically using ions in a ramjet design that's designed to go through space, using it as an, not an oxidizer. Well, yeah, basically, actually, an oxidizer. You have some type of chemical that you can combine with the ionic radiation, and it makes a ramjet. Yeah. It's all theoretical, though. Bessard ramjets would be ridiculous. That would be nuts. That's not. We're a little ways off from that. Initial insertion was 98 by 63. Slightly off. No meal. Booster was expended. Yeah, solar sails do work, and it has been proven. Yep. Mm-hmm. That's right, NASA man. You got it, buddy. Got my back as always, dude. All right, let's see if I timed this right. Not bad. Pretty close. We'll just get us a decent circularization. So, yeah, what I like to tell people is that, you know, like a satellite sitting up there or something that's achieved near perfect eccentricity or right in the insertion orbit is basically like a buoy out in the middle of the ocean staying in the same spot. So take like SpaceX's drone ships, for instance. The landing ships, they have azimuth thrusters. They have little thrusters on them that help the thing kind of sit in place because the ocean will slosh it around, right? So the drone ships have little oil rig thrusters on them to stay in one spot. So when the booster comes back down, the drone ship's there to catch the booster. Obviously. Yeah, satellites are the same way out in space. They need RCS on them to stay in orbit. So even if you had a spacecraft get into like a perfect zero eccentricity orbit, even if you just left it there, yeah, it would eventually fall out of alignment. If I can wait till I tell you that there's decaying orbits on the moon in real life. That's right. In real life, an orbit can decay around the moon. True story. And this is part of the reason why building like a space station in low lunar orbit is a really, really dumb idea. The moon has non-uniform gravitational pull. So that slight variation in gravitational pull that the moon has can basically deorbit a spacecraft over time. They figured this out during the Apollo program. So anything that we put in low lunar orbit would need RCS, right? So like, I mean, like for what it's worth, Earth has non-uniform gravitational pull as well. Gravitational acceleration varies by just a little bit in different parts of the world. It's not enough to even be noticeable, like at all. You wouldn't notice. Just like when you're in an airplane, you don't notice the pressure going down to basically half of what it is down on the surface. Now, with that being said, it's possible if we can use the moon's orbit to get a decaying orbit, if you have something that's in the right type of orbit to take into account the moon's non-uniform gravitational pull, you can actually put something into a resonant orbit and something that'll just stay up there. it'll just stay up at the moon indefinitely. Because it, instead of using the moon's gravitational forces to bring it down, it uses the moon's gravitational pull to keep it up. Like what RCS would do. They actually figured that one out with the lunar... Well, not figured it out. They proved it with the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter. The LRO, NASA's Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter, has been out there since 2009. It has no RCS. It's been up there for 13 years. Been up there for 13 years. It's just sitting there because it's in a resonant orbit. They parked it in an orbit where the moon's gravity will basically just keep boosting it, and it's just going to stay there. Something like that, Flykin. There's plenty of theories out there. Alright, now I'm going to dial in a rendezvous burn, so I'm going to... There we go. That's close. So first of all, with the maneuver node, I set my PE to somewhere around where the orbiter is, where the lander is. And now I'm just going to change the phasing here. So basically the point at which I do the burn, now I'm just going to dial it in even closer. And let's go in here like this. And if we start changing the slider and then changing the phasing, we should be able to find the opportune time. That's not exactly right. There we go. Got to dial it in just a little more. I'm just adjusting the slider and changing the phasing again. 6.1. We should be able to get this real close right now. Alright, and then that little bit of extra inclination is gonna mess with us just a little bit. I'm just doing some slight adjustments here. There. That should be alright. Alright, everything's looking good here. Hey, Rocket Guy. Okay, stand by. This should be a quick burn. Alright. The rendezvous is saying 800. There we go. It's refueling the lander. So there's the lander. That's lander 2, which has already been used on a successful mission here. So now, because remember that 0.3 inclination difference here? That's why I'm coming in kind of underneath the lander here. What I'm going to do, one of these guys here, just... Okay, ready? Just gotta do another quick burn here. Excellent. That should get us a nice little rendezvous here. Gotta hit the brakes. There we are. Okay. Let's go down here, take a peek at the lander. Everything's looking good there. Set his target. Why do you turn SAS off? I don't like the RCS and the SAS working against each other, because the SAS is designed for heading hold and you usually use RCS to turn. And if you're using it to turn, yeah, it ends up not liking it. Okay, transfer 7 is close. Oh, wrong way. Transfer 7 is close and aligning for the burn here. Ten centimeters a second here. Stand by for final dock. We have soft capture. Hard capture confirmed. Okay. Look at that amount of Delta V. It's not a bad amount of Delta V if I do say so myself. Thanks, Tasman. Did you see the footage of the on the ground of the Falcon 9 boosting back? Yes? Spine Crusher! Thanks, man. Okay, so we're gonna open up. Okay. All right, we're gonna open up the fill valves here. In order to make this a little bit easier, I'm going to put all the fuel into one of the tanks on the transfer stage. Okay, now I gotta go through and select all the freaking little tanks on this thing. Some of these tanks still have fuel in them. That's a lot of fuel tanks. Okay. There should be 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. I have... Three stacks of 4, so that's 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Okay, 20. Okay, yeah, all right. We're good. Yeah, okay, I'm an idiot. Disregard. LOL. I forgot 2 tanks on my lander. The reason why I use these small tanks is because these small tanks have a better mass fraction. They have a better fuel, like, they can hold more fuel for the mass of the tank. So if you use a bunch of these small tanks, you can actually make a lighter vehicle. Is the first out of 5 successful? This is... No, we're not... No. There's no Kerbals out here yet. Oh, frick. I hit the wrong button. What's our orbit look like? God damn it. Alright, no problem. I should have saved that engine. That was stupid. Okay. We used up more fuel. That's good. I need to see the lander's total delta V. It shouldn't... We should have more than enough. The lander should probably, if I'm looking at this right, it should be reading about 1500 delta V. Minimum requirement is 12, so we should have enough. I really wish I didn't burn that. I really wish I didn't screw that up. All right. Got to do that 2 more times. Jeb is still alive in this safe. Yeah, he's been to the moon and back.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Okay, now I gotta make sure that we have enough monoprop on board here. Hey AP, 20-month resub. Thanks, buddy. I don't. Let me check. Let me check. I don't think we need to. We might not have to. I need to see what the total delta V is. Let's go to the moon, send it, but just do it carefully, yeah. I can use the remaining RCS on the transfer stage to dump it. Perfect. Okay. It's a lot of extra burn time. These don't have even fuel in them. Okay. All right. Landing site. I don't know, fellas. Hold on. Let me just check to see how much. Okay, we got plenty of extra monopropellant. Lander's fully topped off. Oh, that's actually a shame getting rid of all that. Is there enough fuel for a landing? Oh, yeah, of course. We should have more than enough, guys. I just want to see exactly how much. And in order to do that, I'm going to have to dump. We're going to have to dump the transfer stage, which is fine. We got to do that anyway. Okay. Transfer stage is now undocking from the lander. Hey, Super. 1691 is what it's reading right now. 1691 is fine. That's enough. See, with the lander, anything that's in these tanks is extra fuel. We could theoretically, I did that on purpose. Anything that's in here is vital for the mission. That's the bare minimum required. Anything over here is extra. That just makes the mission a little bit easier. That's designed for if the lander has to land at something inclined. But since these tanks are half full, I mean, we might be able to top the lander off if we have leftover fuel from the transfer stage that comes up here. But even then, that transfer stage, I need that for the return trip home. For when the Kerbals decide to come back home. So... what we're gonna do now is take transfer stage 7 and put it on a deorbit. I'm going to do a little bit of a low pass here, but the booster will go out of... We'll have loss of signal. Oh no, we can relay it through Leopard. Cool. If we don't hit the wall or hit the ground. 1691 is more than enough, guys. That coupled with a full monopropellant, I'm not going to run the risk of... I'm not going to run the risk of landing... We're going to land at a site that's at 0 degrees inclined. That's the right move. Oh, we're going through the canyon. Going through the canyon. Going through the canyon. Oh, yeah! Nice. Sweet. Okay, we're gonna initiate a deorbit here. All right, let's see if we can get some seismic points here. So I have a seismometer down on the surface. I'm gonna see if we can grab some from this. It sucks because we have some extra monopropellant, but oh well. Now the moon's about to have some extra monopropellant. Excuse me. Yeah, it's going down and coming back up. 1691 should be more than enough. I just, after my Luna 1 fiasco, Josh, I thought it would be just better to, you know, be 100% sure. All right, here we go. Here we go. Get ready for Lunar Monoprop injection. Try to get us as close to the seismometer as possible. We're gonna monopropate the moon. Tank evac is complete. She's coasting. See if we can get some seismic points here. There's the Luna 3 landing site. There's Scout. Stand by for explosions. As expected. Estimating 15 seconds to impact. +1, +2, +3, +4, +5, +6, +7, +8. We have an impact detected. Hey, all right. Nice. So much electric charge wasted. Flecken, that's not when this happened, but alright. Nice. Alright.
Now that's some high quality H2O. That's right. Yeah.
Luna 15, Reagan. That's correct. Alright, so that mission to refuel the lander was mission success. Lander 2 was refueled in LLO TS7 deorbited for science. Notes. Adjust first stage interstage fairing. Segments to 4x. Vehicle had staging. Anomaly during ascent. Perfect. Okay. Next thing I got to do is I noticed that I booped this thing out of its orbit a little bit. So we're gonna, ground teams are going to remotely have the orbiter or the lander change its orbit a little bit. Is this the first mission mode lunar landing or second? Luna 4 will be the third attempt at landing. Let me know when you're ready for that storing locks on orbit feasibility question. Go for it, Alex. You can store liquid oxygen on orbit, but you have to find a way to keep the tanks pressurized and keep them cool. Okay, there we go. I'm gonna put this thing back into hibernate in anticipation of a crew. Oh yeah, it's right there. Now the thing's reading 2223. That's not right. Activate the engine. Okay, using a little bit of that monopropellant made the Delta V go up to 1700. And it's 1791 on a full tank of gas with full monopropellant. I'm confident in the mission. Ground teams have confirmed. So in your document, how do you determine what information to put there? Just over time, I honed it in, Shadow Wolf, on what the relevant information is to the mission. I used what a mission details, like on Wikipedia, as a guide. If I had a 1970 Challenger wouldn't be a practical everyday car, huh? Depends. If it had a slant 6 in it, you'd get 40 miles to the gallon. Alright. Yeah, I don't know what that's about, Anime Fan. That's probably just the game getting confused. Thank you for the stream. That was really fun to see start to finish. Good. How the mission's going? Good. Lander is refueled. We're back. We're going back, right back down to the pad. We gotta launch another one. I gotta launch another one up to the space station. Oh, I also got to check out where that Minmus orbiter is. Got to figure out what's going on with that. You guys tasked me with trying to salvage this thing's orbit, so we'll do that. What was that about thermal conditioning and propellant on orbit? See what Alex was saying. Alex the Mitchell, see what he's saying in chat. Okay. Let's take our Minmus science lander. And we're gonna just do a little bit of a time warp up to the maneuver. Hopefully, yeah, we can maintain signal out here, which is good. Okay. This is from the failed Minmus mission the other day. I still need to figure out how the Science Mission Directorate stuff goes, but I think I'm gonna have to wait until I'm gonna have to wait until after I do these lunar missions. The lunar missions are my absolute priority. In fact, I'm gonna have to start. We're gonna have to do a couple of days here where we play Kerbal for after hours. Oh, I know, it sucks, right? Like, really, really sucks, huh? Okay, there's the corrected Minmus trajectory. It's not ideal, but it'll work. Okay, hibernate this thing. We have 645 meters a second, delta V left. Okay, there we go. An idea on how to make those mission mode notes available on the website. It's being, we already know how to do it, Swishio. It's just a matter of it being implemented. Don't worry about it. I appreciate the help, but it's all good, man. Don't worry about it. Yeah, I mean, that could work in the interim. Is the lander viable without the relay? TD, it'll work, but we have to make sure that we land on something that's on the side of Minmus at the time that is facing towards Kerbin. Yeah, that's really important, or else we'll drop out during landing, which is not good. Yeah, so it made the mission harder, but it's still doable. If not just that much more difficult, because I like making my stupid missions difficult. Alright, let's go take a look at the pad. Hey, Pop Bear, what's up? Could the shuttle have supported a lander that would land on the moon, orbit it, and come back? No. Well, could the shuttle orbited the moon? No. The shuttle, no. No. No, the shuttle is designed to just go to low Earth orbit and back, and that's it. If you tried to send that thing anywhere but here, you're wasting time. So I don't think you could have a shuttle that deploys a lander in low Earth orbit, get all the way to the moon, land, go back up, come back to Earth, circularize, come back to the shuttle and land. No. What you could do is have the shuttle fly up into space with a capsule, right? A capsule in the back. Or, yeah, you could have the shuttle fly with a capsule and a service module in the payload bay. Have the crew transfer into the capsule, right? Leave it up there. This doesn't have to be in this necessarily in this order. Then have another shuttle come up like a week later, if the shuttle was launching on a week basis. Have it take the lander and install the lander on the capsule, right? That shuttle comes down a week later. You go up with a transfer stage like a Centaur or something, a Centaur G. And then the shuttle could take the Centaur and attach that to the lander. So you have Centaur G, which is a dual engine Centaur. You have the lander, and then you have a command module. Yeah, the shuttle could have done that. Sure. It would take 3 shuttle missions, but you could do it, sure. So the Centaur G would go put it on translunar injection. We'd discard the Centaur G, it would crash into the moon, and then you could use the service module on the capsule to circularize around the moon, do the Apollo thing, come back up, command service module back, re-enter, comes back down. You could do that, sure. In fact, that's what they planned on doing. That was part of the original NSTS program, having the shuttle do that. Actually, they didn't even have the capsule. They just had a crew transfer vehicle. Basically exactly what we have now. You notice how all my payloads are about the same size? Like all my transfer vehicles, the lander, everything is all more or less the same size? There's a reason for that. I took the shuttle's transportation systems program and we did everything but make the shuttle, which is the opposite of what happened in real life, which is kind of funny to me. Yeah, the opposite happened in real life. They did everything, they cut everything but the space shuttle, which, yeah, that's what happened in real life. How many gallons of Methalox would starships need to achieve 42,000 meters a second change in velocity? Yes. Starship is not capable of doing a 42 kilometer a second burn at any time. Ever. You would need like 4 or 5. So it'd be like super heavy, super heavy, super heavy, super heavy starship. You'd need like 4 super heavy stages. And even then... What a strange question. Alright. We got another launch tonight, guys. Let's go. Put the gear up there. So is Starship doing the same? No. How a Starship would get to the moon with people is like this. So say you had Lunar Starship. Lunar Starship... How the hell would that get people to the moon? Huh. Well, a Starship would launch, right? And it would rendezvous. So Lunar Starship goes up, regular Starship goes up. Regular Starship brings people. People go into Lunar Starship. Another tanker Starship comes up. It refuels the Lunar Starship and then shoots the Lunar Starship out to the moon. You land on the moon, come back, recircularize the Lunar Starship in low Earth orbit, and then the crew comes down. Dude, there's no way NASA's gonna approve of that. There's no way NASA's gonna approve of that. There's just not a chance in hell that that's happening. They would have to ride up on Orion. There's no way NASA would approve of a crewed Starship launch anytime in the near future. Unless Elon pulls a rabbit out of his hat, which he could. Not saying he couldn't, just saying it's unlikely. What's the mission that's being proposed to Triton again? I don't know. I forget. How did you set up the trucks to go in between the rails? Was it easier or was it hard? Just took a little bit of testing, Shadow Wolf. I, J, K, and L, Reagan. I just realized I can afford a Mustang. I'm having a really tough time deciding on what car to pull the trigger on. What do you want? And what are you using your car for? Yeah, Shadow Wolf. Hopefully I have a lot of other crazy reusability ideas. Depending on what lifter in the future chat would approve of. Yeah. I have some pretty interesting ideas, to say the least. A fun car to drive, but also practical to make trips to the grocery store. And something would be fun to take from the track time to time. Mustang will get terrible gas mileage. But if you could get a 2.3 turbo Mustang and have fun with that. How's the truck coming along? Good. I got the battery tray installed yesterday, Niroku. I streamed it. It was a short stream because my cameras were malfunctioning. The wire on the stupid cameras went out. And sorry, anytime somebody breaks my streaming setup, which is what happened, someone in the garage broke it, and it pissed me off. Yeah, I get a little annoyed. So the stream wasn't very long, but I did get the battery tray fixed. And the battery's back in the truck, and all the electronics are working, but it's okay. It's just an HDMI cable, for the most part. Still annoying. A setback for sure, but doesn't have to do with the truck, so it's not that big of a deal. Crane's just got to go back a little more, and then we're going to get ready for another mission. A surprise, to be sure, but a welcome one. So SpaceX or ULA going to the moon first? I don't recall ULA having a contract to go to the moon, but in terms of who's going to send a payload to land there first, well, the Peregrine lander is set to go next year. ULA will deliver not their payload, but a customer's payload there. We shall watch your launches with great interest, young Skywalker. Okay, next mission. What about flying by the moon? Or around it or whatever. Oh, or whatever. Yeah, you know. Gallifig, right? Spaceflight is like, yeah, what about going near it or whatever? Like, I don't know. I'm like down for whatever. They usually don't plan missions like that. So, in terms of missions that are going to the moon on the US side of things in the near future, I can think of a couple off the top of my head. Rocket Lab is launching the Capstone mission. Capstone is basically a locator for where they're going to put the lunar space station. So it's going to figure out what's the right orbit for Gateway, which is NASA's planned lunar space station. There's the Viper mission in 2022. Viper is SpaceX with Astrobotics. It's Astrobotics. What's the name of the lander? Griffin lander. The Griffin lander and the Viper mission is a lunar prospecting rover that's going to look for water ice on the poles. SpaceX is launching that in 2022. And then ULA on Vulcan is launching the Peregrine lander, which is another commercial lunar payload services contract. So, no, Astrobotic has Peregrine, and then wait, Astrobotic is wait, they oh yeah, all right, sweet. Hey Logic, shoot, I got an ad. Sorry. IJK, the no won't work. Is there something wrong with the wheels? Your control point. Make sure your control is aligned with the wheels. I actually meant like flying and going into deep space. The moon is in deep space. Anything outside of low Earth orbit is considered deep space, Gallifing. Do you mean like something that's not the moon? Something further than that? NASA has the Lucy and Psyche missions. If you like speaking Belter, you probably like those missions. So Lucy is going to visit a bunch of different asteroids that are called Trojans. And then the NASA Psyche mission is going to go to an asteroid that they think has a bunch of rare earth metals on. Those are launching next year too. Deep South space. Hey Cozy, what's up? Man, Astrobotic's really doing work. You know what? I literally just said that both of these are Astrobotic, but I didn't put two and two together until now. They literally have the Viper mission and Peregrine. Peregrine's launching on ULA, and the Viper mission's launching on Falcon Heavy. Frick, dude. That's no joke. Astrobotic's freaking on fire! Keep that up. Oh, that road deck looks so money. All right, let's refuel the pad. Have you heard of something called Freedom Ship? Freedom Ship. Firework, you're gonna have to be more specific than that. Have you heard of something called Shoelace? Red Shoelace? What? We're gonna refuel the pad. We're gonna get ready for another mission tonight. I mean, I like the name. Intuitive Machines, Maston, and Firefly. Yes. Oh, those are the other CLPS. I didn't realize that Viper and Peregrine were Astrobotic, though. That's really cool. Astrobotic's crazy. They're out of Pittsburgh, which is pretty cool. It's pretty neat. You wouldn't expect like a company that makes lunar landers to be out of Pittsburgh, right? It's pretty cool. Nothing against Pittsburgh. I just don't think, when I think Pittsburgh, I think steel. Like, cold, hard steel. American steel, baby. You know, I don't think like that, but that's still really friggin' cool. Someone say Pittsburgh? Huh? All of the landers on SpaceX rockets and one is on ULA. Yeah, you were saying that during Space News, yeah.
Discovery, go
It's
and
a
drive
massive 4,000-foot ocean liner. Oh, neat. Harp! What up, brother? Pittsburgh is not the main steel producer anymore. Yeah, I know. I know. Yeah, I know. I just, you know, I'm just gonna go ahead and pretend that it is. And yep. When is the next ULA launch? There's a Delta IV Heavy sitting on the pad out at Vandenberg at Slick 6. That's launching soon. Didn't mean to troll. No, Galloping, no. I was just having a little bit of a joke. It's no problem, dude. Don't worry about it. I know what you meant. Like, okay. Dude, I picked like one of the hardest things to do, especially over the frigging internet. And that is, you know, answer questions about spaceflight, right? That's already hard to do in real life, but it's even harder to do because not everyone's up to snuff. Not everybody's up to snuff with like the proper nomenclature. So like knowing that beyond low Earth orbit is you know, that's deep space. Anything outside of the Van Allen belts is deep space to us. But if you're just, you know, not everybody knows about the freaking Van Allen belts and what the heck they do and why they're there, etc., right? How they got there, you know. So they're not really thinking about that. I think as like a person that's not too invested in spaceflight would think about that like beyond the moon as deep space, right? Like that's how I think, you know, somebody that at least knew like the Earth and the moon were next to each other would think about it that way. But that's what I mean. Sometimes I have to kind of try and take some liberties with what I think you're asking and answer the question relevant to that. It's not an easy thing to do, but yeah, you know. Did you ever get that new joystick for controlling the spacecraft? Logitech Extreme 3D Pro. Yeah, I got it. I don't know, Phil. That's right, King. I gotta refuel the transfer vehicle that's up at the station. Yeah, I know, Novus. I know what you mean. How do I tell where the front of an octoprobe is? The lettering is on the bottom. Where do you get all this knowledge by Google? Well, I have a lot of fantastic people that work out in the industry that teach me Shadow Wolf. That and I'm obsessed with space. I read way too much about it on the internet almost every day. And I've been doing that for about a decade. And I play a lot of KSP. KSP can only teach you so much, you know? We're past the point of KSP teaching me things. And with the exception of like messing with aerodynamics and stuff, and at the point of me figuring out if real life applications work in KSP or not. That's really where we're more at that point. Do you think NASA might award HLS to Dynetics and national teams since SpaceX already has a lot for Artemis? Well, it's very clear, Phil, from that, you know. Okay, so I don't know the answer to that question, but what I'll base my answer off of is something like the NSSL. NSSL, what would have been the right move for NSSL? The right move, if you really wanted a long-term sustainable architecture, the right move would have been giving it to Northrop Grumman and ULA to have bring Omega into the fold, right? Omega and Vulcan, and then SpaceX would have had Falcon 9 anyway. That would have been the right move. So clearly when they're considering if NSSL is any indicator, clearly when they're considering contracts, right, that making a more sustainable environment literally has nothing to do with it. It's all, they judge on capability. Now with capability, especially with HLS, it gets weird, okay? National team is the most expensive, but it is by far and away the most flexible architecture, right? Dynetics is also, it's the simplest vehicle, and you get pretty good flexibility with what it can do. And it's an SSTO. They got rid of the drop tank design, from what I understand. So there's no drop tanks anymore. Which now I like it even more. I hated the drop tanks. That was my no good point for Dynetics lander. They changed it. They combined it into one thing, so the thing has two huge tanks on either side now, from what I understand. And if that's the case, now that brings a little bit of flexibility. Not as much flexibility as you'd get with a national lander. But it's good flexibility, and what you lack in mission capability, so mission flexibility, you make up for in vehicle simplicity, right? And that's actually a pretty good option as well. Starship is designed to meet or exceed all goals of the HLS program, probably by at least 1,000%. And that's why, like, I mean, if it was me, I'd pick Starship. But also at the same time, NASA doesn't really like going overboard like that from what I've seen, you know? Where'd you hear that? Somebody linked it for Space News the other day, Core Space, and it was a graphic. It was a graphic from Dynetics. I'd have to go find it. Somebody did link that. I'm pretty sure they ditched the drop tanks. So Phil, if NSSL is any judgment, and I'd like to think that NASA's procurement processes are based off defense procurement processes. So it's the same stuff, but for space, right? If the NSSL and the Space Force, if the Space Force and the NSSL is any indicator of what I think is going to happen, they're going to choose the vehicles that are the most capable at fulfilling the goals. What are the goals? Sustainable presence on the moon. So you're going to need something that's easily reusable for sustainable lunar presence, something that's designed to go out to the gateway, and something that can be launched for, well, I was about to say a reasonable price, but that doesn't really matter. What is the mission? I'm sending a tanker up to the space station, Pixelcat. You're at the beginning of the second launch campaign tonight here. Is too much rocket knowledge occurs? Do governments prevent specialists from traveling abroad? No. I don't think so. If the thing rejects you like that, it means you're not lined up. Does anybody know about a gas generator cycle rocket engines that have had a LOX-rich preburner? Gas generator, preburner, pick one. Epsi, you pick one. To my knowledge, a gas generator engine means explicitly that you don't have a preburner. But, once again, it's rocket science, so I might be wrong. It's almost like this stuff is complicated. Well, gas generator means that you're not staging the combustion. A preburner says that means that you're staging combustion. So you're talking about a fuel-rich stage combustion cycle with Carolox. I don't think anybody's done that. At least, if anybody else wants to chime in, I'm pretty confident. What about open cycle stage combustion? How would you do that? How would you? I mean, open cycle completely defeats the purpose of stage combustion. I mean, yeah, anyway, going back to what you were saying, Phil, I don't know, dude. I mean, okay, look, if it was me, this is me. Starship is happening anyway, okay? NASA would be good. NASA would be smart to capitalize on that. However, Starship is way overboard. it's way more than NASA would ever ask for. And now, I'll be honest, capability is capability. I really like Lunar Starship. I really think that's a great idea. If not, it is overkill. But in my mind, dude, the national team working together with Starship would be insane. Like, okay, so here's how I would set this up if you really want to know. Actually, I just came up with a better way to do this. Hear me out. For human landing system, okay? For human landing system, you pick national team and Dynetics. Then you do exactly what NASA did with SNC and Dream Chaser, coming up with a logistics resupply service for the moon to get Lunar Starship working. Now, once you do that, right? So basically expand gateway logistics services to include Lunar Starship and give SpaceX the funding that way. That way, if you spin it off or you put it under gateway logistics, you could basically fund all three of those things. But don't look. So take Lunar Starship. All right, go to the moon with human landing with the national team and Dynetics. National team can land people down on the surface. Dynetics can land people down on the surface. They can park at gateway. You can use both of those things. You have redundant dissimilar architecture down to the surface of the moon, and then literally pay SpaceX to drop a Lunar Starship right onto the surface. Right onto the surface. And then have the landers go down, and Starship becomes a gigantic HAB module. Boom. Instant base on the moon. Like instant base on the moon. That's a Jim move. Yeah. Yeah. That overkill comes coupled with its complexity in vehicle design and mission architecture. It's a trade-off. Yeah, Novus, I know. It's a risk if NASA gives SpaceX an HLS contract. It's a risk, which is why I think a safe bet would be what I just said. I'd spin it off as a logistics service. Just like what... So NASA basically figured out a way with... Go back, guys. Okay. Cast your minds back to Commercial Crew. With Commercial Crew, there were 3 entrants, just like there are now. NASA said they were picking 2. Right? There was Starliner, Dragon 2, and Dream Chaser. Okay? Dream Chaser, the little mini shuttle. This thing. Right? Little mini shuttle. Right? So, what NASA did, NASA ended up going with Starliner and Dragon 2. Everybody was really angry at them for going with Boeing at the time. And, that's just kind of a side note. That's not really quintessential to the story. I think Starliner's cool for what it is. I like it. It's not designed to be anything but a capsule. It'll just get you to space and back, and that's it. And that's nice. However, with that being said, SpaceX and Boeing were chosen. Then what NASA did is when commercial resupply services needed to be renewed, you needed the CRS-2 contract, SpaceX tacked on SNC to the resupply services contract. Or not SpaceX, NASA tacked on SNC to the resupply services. So in Commercial Resupply Services 1, you had Dragon 1 and you have Cygnus. In Commercial Resupply Services 2, you have Dragon 2, Cargo, Cygnus, and Unmanned Dream Chaser. They found a way to rope the funding in and use Dream Chaser as an unmanned vehicle. But even sending an unmanned version of Dream Chaser up to the space station is still, it's not that much more of a stretch to human rate that thing. In fact, SNC themselves have said that Dream Chaser uncrewed and crewed has like 95% commonality. Basically, you put some seats in it and some control panels and you're good to go, and some windows and you're good to go. Which is pretty dang impressive if you ask me. Okay, hold on. I gotta go over here real quick. So, So now that I'm really thinking about it, Phil, that's how I would do it. And yes, it is a Jim move. Where do you think I learned it from? Jim didn't necessarily do that. That was actually a Charlie Bolden move. Yeah, Charlie Bolden came up with that idea. Smart. Very smart. That was a really good idea, and I think Jim springboarded off of him, which is why I think Jim wasn't afraid to talk good about Charlie Bolden in the second half of his term as administrator. Sorry, I've seen it referred to as a pre-burner. Hey, don't worry about it. You could even go with a wet workshop with a Starship. Starship, you want a space station anywhere that's usable for people for a long period of time. SpaceX can plop that in low lunar orbit. They could plop one at Gateway. They could plop one on the surface. In fact, that's how I would do it. Honestly, that's how I would do it. I would build Starship as a landable base. And it would fly to and from the surface unmanned. That's actually... You know, aside, spreading the contracts aside, that's actually a really good way to do that. I like that, Swag. I think you got a nice office hotel going. That looks good. Did SNC want the Dream Chaser to do launches for the UN at one point? They wanted to do launches with Europe, if I'm remembering correctly. While refueling is easy, do you think we will get vacuum-only starships that live in space as haulers? Tanker ships? On-orbit tanker depot starships? Yes, Blasty. I believe SpaceX has talked about that before. Okay. The bug fix from the last one is good to go. We're going to switch back over here, and we're going to integrate another one. Another one. And then this should set us up to go back to the moon tomorrow. Modified for 1421. Upgraded interstage segment to 4 sections. Sections. And you know what? I'll leave the fins on it down at the bottom, but we don't need these. We don't need that. That's a waste of cash. Standardize the craft files. We need the... I want the fins just for the stability, but we honestly don't need those either. I mean, this thing is never going to launch with any payload, with any darts on board. That's why those wings were there in the first place. How much money do I save from taking them off? Just out of curiosity. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 12 wings. It's an extra $4,800. Yeah, that's what I thought, Logic. I just wanted to confirm it. So, let's just do out some basic math. The fins will give us added stability, but we don't necessarily need them. I've launched Freedom 10 without the wings before. I know it'll work without them. I am 100% confident that it will fly without them. Those wings were there for A, for dart stability, and then B, for being able to get the booster back. We're already expending them, and we're not launching dart on this thing. And we have... Well, this is Luna 4, right? And you guys paid for 5 missions, right? So there's 2 more missions, two Freedom 10 launches per Luna mission for to refuel the lander and refuel the transfer vehicle, right? So that's 10 Freedom 10s, right? And we already launched 1, so that's 9. So 9 times 4,800 is the total compounded cost that we could save. That's 43 G's. Yeah, I'll take the savings. Thank you very much. Hey, Sama. What's up? All right, 24. So, yeah, we're gonna be expending a lot of these things. I mean, we technically don't even need the monopropellant on them either. We could shave that off too. We don't need that. How much do those monoprop tanks cost? So it's 400, and then the thruster. This is going to be launching expendable for these missions, Logic. In order to get these missions up and running and get these transfer stages up into space routinely and efficiently, which is what I need to do, I got to start cutting costs per launch, or else I'll go bankrupt or won't get the deadline. I have till the 24th, guys. So we're basically, guys, you're gonna see 2 launches a stream from basically now on for like the next 10 days. We're in crunch mode right now. Really don't even have time to talk about this. So, you know what? Strip that down. Strip it down. Keep the costs as low as we can. I'll keep the drain valves in case we need to scrub a launch so we can drain the fuel. Yeah, this isn't 10B. Let's just call it 10E for expendable. E. And I'm also going to use this to prototype something.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Those aren't landing legs. Atomic, 25 months. Thanks, man. How you doing? I want to put a guide strut on here to make sure. I've noticed that these engines, the actual engines, not the gimbals, they wiggle around a little bit. I'm going to strut that, and I want to see what the result is. Just to confirm that you wanted the entire peninsula dredged down to Y50. You don't really need to do it anywhere from here. From here to here, you don't need to necessarily dredge it all the way down. Just level it to whatever the low point in the water here is, Killer Fun. And then if we're going to make the beach here, if you're going to put the beach in here like this, make it look like that. See this? How the sand just goes down to the bottom? Make that right there. And then you dredge out the center if you want. All this can get dredged. And then especially out here, that all needs to be dredged out. All of this. And then, yeah, I mean, this is all fine. For this, I'm not sure what the heck we should do, to be honest. You know what we probably should do? Put another lighthouse out there. We should take the lighthouse and move it out there. Yep. Probably reading too deep into this, but this is a big coincidence. What? I don't understand. What do you mean it's a big coincidence, Brian? What, that Elon's talking about the... He's talking about the moon. Asteroid Day reference? Asteroid Day is until June 30th. Scott's talking about... I'm confused. I don't know. I saw looking at moon and then a very mysterious testing of engines at McGregor. Le Petit Prince takes place on the asteroid B612. That's where the Foundation got its name. Cool, NASA-man. I actually know those guys. I met most of the B612 crowd at in 2015 with Das and Scott, actually, which is cool. That was a fun time. Yeah, that was cool. I got to talk to like the founders. No, Brian May wasn't there. That would have been cool, but yeah, really good folks, man. You know what we should do for mission mode? For Asteroid Day, we should go wrangle an asteroid. We should redirect one. Asteroid Day is June 30th out there. Wouldn't it be cool if we wrangled an asteroid right around then? I gotta figure out how the science mission works. We gotta figure out better rules for the Science Mission Directorate funding. I want to wrangle an asteroid in mission mode. That would be really fun, or at least go to one. You just had one in Florida? Cool, cool. That's cool, man. See the engines move? You see the engines wiggle a little bit? Watch. Time warp it again. Look at that. They wiggle. Yeah, that's no good. Alright. Oh, it looks so plain compared to those. It looks so weird. Do a DART mission, the actual DART mission, the asteroid redirect. SpaceX has DART as well, don't they? Man, SpaceX, you know what, Phil? I never really noticed it until now. You're right, SpaceX has a ton of NASA contracts. What if you used a proposed SLS-style lifter to redirect an asteroid, completing the OG manifest? I mean, no, I'm not gonna lie. I thought ARM was stupid then, and I still think it's kind of stupid, to be real with you. ARM is one of those missions that you that you should propose with something like Artemis or with something like Constellation. But yeah, maybe we could. The reason why I thought it was stupid isn't the fact that I think going to asteroids is stupid. No, going to asteroids is smart. We should do that. That's actually what B612 is all about. B612 is about promoting asteroid awareness. And not just the fact that we can get creamed by an asteroid tomorrow and that's the end of it. We don't have a space shuttle to get to the asteroid. Remember that part? I mean, Bruce Willis probably would launch. Steve Buscemi would too, but we don't have a space shuttle to launch them in. Right? So... you know, B612 is about promoting asteroid awareness. Like, we could use these for mining. They're not just big chunks of rock floating around in space that could take us out. Even though we don't want that. That's not a good thing. But also, we could go out and we could mine asteroids. We can move them around. We can redirect them. Mining. We could put space stations on them if we really wanted to. There's so much afforded by freaking going out and being able to get to asteroids. My problem with the original asteroid redirect mission is that in order to get people out to an asteroid, all the stuff that you need to be able to handle long duration space flight like that is stuff that would be easily practiced by building a base on the frigging moon. Yeah, for sure, Jam. I mean, another thing that I've talked about is that even if Elon Musk just said, screw it, Falcon 9's good enough. Even if he just said Falcon 9's good enough, we're good to go. Falcon 9 is very potent vehicle architecture. It's quite good. Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy. That could be used with Dragon 2, and especially with Falcon Heavy's extended fairing that it's going to have. Holy crap. That's really good mission architecture. You could come up with some really good stuff. So I'm talking like 2 Falcon Heavy launches, because SpaceX can clearly turn around 39A very quickly. You could turn around 39A in a week. In fact, they're the only ones to do it. They're the only ones that could flip a pad that quickly, right? So, launch 1 Falcon Heavy with a transfer vehicle, launch another Falcon Heavy with a lander vehicle, dock the 2 vehicles together, lander would dock to the upper stage, and then send Dragon 2 up on a Falcon 9 a week later, couple the whole sucker together, right? Boom, out to the moon, boom. Easy moon architecture, baby. It's really easy, like, you could do that. NASA could do that. I mean, the lander would still be the big thing to solve, but you could really do it. And you'd still need a big freaking upper stage that would fit inside of Falcon Heavy's fairing, and I'm not sure how well that would work. Even if it's a fully fueled Falcon 9 stage, you would still have some problems. But that bigger fairing, you could get a really nice lander in there. No, with this design, you don't need to man-rate Falcon Heavy. SpaceX never decided to do it. Man-rating Falcon Heavy is useless. Use Falcon Heavy to assemble a vehicle in orbit, attach Dragon to it, and go. That's quite literally Constellation, but with Falcons. Project Constellation, but with Falcon 9. That's a really good idea. Like, I mean, Falcon 9 would be super potent by itself. I wonder how ULA feels with SpaceX winning all these contracts. Phil, I don't think they give a crap, honestly. ULA, Tory Bruno has stated multiple times that they're targeting defense. Defense is where they make their bread and butter. And they nailed that. They nailed the NSSL contract. ULA has screw you money till 2028, basically. And that can afford them to work on ACES, which is cool. I mean, the NSSL contract alone is enough to sustain ULA for a very long time. Just that by itself. I don't think Tory Bruno cares. I think ULA put all its eggs in get the NSSL contract, and they got it. They don't need to worry about jack stuff. What do you think about Rocket Lab? I love them. Pixel, I love all rockets. Anybody that has the stones to try and tackle a business venture as hard as sending something into low Earth orbit deserves our respect. They have my respect. Dude, I made this thing, okay? This thing is difficult. It's really difficult to put this thing together correctly. I make it look easy because I've done it a lot. But if this even represents like 1/1000th of the difficulty of sending something into low Earth orbit, these guys have my utmost and eternal respect. Anyone that takes a stab at it has my respect. I respect all rockets, and I want more rockets because I'm a greedy bastard. How do you feel about ARCA? Believe it or not, Brian, hey, you know, they get a lot of flack, but they've tested rockets. You could sit here and say that, oh, gimmicky, oh, they did this, they did this. They have a functioning test article. That's more than I can say about other small sat launchers. And, you know, we could sit here and, you know, say, oh, ARCA's full of crap. I don't think so. I mean, look, they have functioning steam rockets. You could sit here and say, no, they don't. No, they don't. Yes, they do. And I get it. They've been involved in some weird stuff in the past, but also at the same time, they have a functioning prototype. So I just don't think, I mean, they got my respect, man. That's more than I can say about other small sat launchers. You know, talk is cheap in the spaceflight industry, and Arca does talk a lot, but they also have functioning prototypes. As low fidelity as they may be, it's a functioning prototype. So, I mean, I gotta call it fair. Is it really functioning though? Yeah, Sneaky, of course it is. They fired it on the test stand. Like, I gotta call it like it is. I gotta be fair about this. Feed me rockets, man. I'm hungry. Nice, Sneaky. How was that Blue Origin flight, though? It was sick, dude. Look. Like I said, I call it fair, and I love all rockets. New Shepard is, frankly, really damn impressive. New Shepard is, I mean, once again, Hydrolock's tap-off cycle. Tap-off cycles have never been flown until Blue Origin decided to flown one. Nobody had ever made an engine like that. It's using Hydrolocks, and it deep throttles, which is unbelievably impressive. You know, I said it during the launch, I'll say it now. We could sit here and say, wow, it's not orbital. Well, it's not orbital. Anybody that says that crap doesn't understand the physics involved. It's really difficult to make something like that, man. And, well, I understand that folks, folks think, like, with Amazon and everything, like, and Jeff Bezos being the proprietor of the entirety of Blue Origin, like, why haven't they done more? And once again, I think that's fair. That's a fair thing to say. Amazon's started as a freaking book company, okay? With every other venture except for Amazon itself, like Whole Foods and all the other stuff, and Twitch and all the other stuff that Amazon, they bought it. They bought an already functioning business. With Blue Origin, they started from nothing. Jeff Bezos founded Blue Origin in, what was it, 2000? And it was a bookmaking. They sold books online. They started with nothing. They've grown from nothing to one of the biggest presences right there with SpaceX down along the Space Coast. They have an entire factory down there. They built their factory right at KSC. Like, you could sit here and you could say, like, oh, I think it'd be a fair criticism to say that they could do more and with the budget that they have, but they literally started from scratch. I mean, to be fair, so did Elon Musk. But this stuff takes time, dude. Trust me, give him some time. It'll be glorious when you see New Glenn fly. Alright, check for alignment here. 89.9. We good? I mean, Green Dragon, Elon with just investors, okay? With investors, like, they made Falcon 1. He made Falcon 1 with his own money, okay? An orbital class rocket. Jeff made New Shepard with his own money. As far as I understand, Jeff is the only real big investor in Blue Origin until they started getting contracts, right? that means that basically this first scratch rocket that Blue Origin ever built, New Shepard, which, I mean, yeah, that was developed pretty much in parallel with Falcon 9. New Shepard was their first attempt at a rocket. That's a pretty damn good first attempt, if you don't mind me saying. That's a pretty damn good first attempt considering what that thing does. Yeah, pretty much, Papa Bear. Heavy, guys, once you get past medium duty, so once you get past 10 tons into orbit, this stuff starts getting really difficult. Really frigging difficult. Once you get into heavy and super heavy lift, oh man, the difficulty scales exponentially. It is really, really tough. Sea Launch is the company that launched from oil rigs, Pixel. They're now known. Sea Launch was bought by S7 Aerospace and brought to Russia. And the Russians, from what I understand, are re-equipping Sea Launch for their new rocket called Soyuz 5. Soyuz 5 is a two-stage to orbit crewed launch vehicle that's designed to launch the Oryol capsule, or Little Bird capsule, which is the low Earth orbit variant of the Russian Oryol, or Eagle capsule. Yeah, it's sitting in Murmansk right now, if I'm remembering right. Sea Launch was cool, man. It was really neat. I never live streamed one of their launches, but I did watch them. I can't go to the poop. What? That's not the lyrics. You know, it's funny at the time, Green, that NASA awarded contracts for commercial orbital transport services in late 2007, early 2008, if I'm remembering right. They did that, and they awarded a contract to rocket plane Kistler and SpaceX. And the funny thing is, at the time, NASA had more confidence in rocket plane Kistler than they did SpaceX. The recession took out rocket plane Kistler, though, if I'm remembering correctly. The recession killed them, and SpaceX is actually the one that came through. Judo! What up, my brother? How you doing? All right, let's get an upper stage out here. Loopy, I remember it had something to do with the recession. The exact story I don't remember off the top of my head, but I do know at the time of them being awarded the Commercial Orbital Transports contract, I know that NASA had more confidence in them than they did in SpaceX. SpaceX was considered the long shot. But like Dream Chaser with CRS-2, it was the long shot, you know what I mean? Man, did they exceed expectations. Man, that was the right move. Dude, I've often thought about that. I've often thought about it. What if SpaceX did fold? Would Commercial Crew even be seen as a success if SpaceX folded? Like, would it even be seen as a success? Would Commercial Crew be seen as a success? We'd have Starliner and Dream Chaser. Would either of those have launched by now? I don't know. EJ, quick question. You still working at the store for a day or two a week? No. Judo, I stopped doing that in like 2017. I gave it up so a high school kid could take that job so he could save up some cash. That kid ended up joining the Marine Corps, that's cool. And now another person has it. I gave it up so a kid could take it. I didn't tell I didn't tell anybody about it. I just stopped talking about it. Yeah, that dude. You know, I talked to my boss about it, and he's like, "Look, you know, you're only here a couple days a week. There's this kid that needs a job. You know, he's in high school, and my boss at that job, judo, was like, look, I gave you this job when you needed it. Pay it forward. Basically, that's what they said. I'm like, hell yeah, dude, I'll do that. Sure, absolutely. Yeah, I was really only there, judo, because they needed help. Like, that's the only reason I did it on the side, you know? But yeah, I stopped doing that a good while ago. In COTS, you got Intaris and Intaris. Yeah, so we'd have, yeah, like, I've often thought about that. Man, SpaceX really changed the game, Sawyer. They really did. And I'm so happy that they did. And I will be eternally grateful to Elon Musk for that one. I'm dead serious. Because, yeah, no, 2011, so, you know, we've talked about it. I'm not going to get into it. It was a bad time to be a space fan. All right. Yeah, green, maybe. You doing racing this weekend? Always, Niroku. Yeah, Beale. There's Beale Aerospace as well. I know. Yeah, Judo. That's what happened with the job at the Mon Pa store down the street. I gave it up. I gave it up so a kid could have a good high school job, save some cash. Yeah, we have a Imola this weekend as well. Hell yeah. Yeah, in Talking Space, our biggest question was, what are we going to talk about? Oh, yeah, Talking Space, dude. I forgot about Talking Space. I remember driving through Titusville in 2012. It was a ghost town. Now it's thriving. Some of the anecdotes that I was told about what happened to the Space Coast between 2011 and 2013 are burned into my memory, and I will not forget that stuff. Sawyer, I won't forget that. It's just straight up not fair. But yeah, I'm not gonna. I won't. We're not going down that road tonight. I got rockets to launch, baby. Dude, the more and more I think about it, the more and more I think spinning off Starship into an HLS resupply program and launching Starship as an unmanned landable base on the surface. Think like Jamestown in For All Mankind, Season 1. It's actually a dope freaking idea. NASA should do that. Talking Space is still going strong. New episode released April 12th. Hell yeah, man. April 12th. That's a good date. I was just about to ask, is it still going on? I haven't heard you talk about it in a long time, that's all. Yeah, it sucks, NASA, man. It was absolutely intentional. Alright, man. Yeah, Nagwal. What idea is shown in For All Mankind Season 1? How they landed the lunar base in For All Mankind Season 1. You're now at 284 episodes since 999. Cool. 999, 999, 999, 999. Can you give me any tips on how to get to Minmus since it's on a tilt? Get into space, Pixel. Get into launch something into orbit. Set Minmus as target. Find the ascending and descending nodes and drag the purple triangles around until your ascending nodes read 0. Do the burn, match your tilt in low Kerbin orbit, and then go to Minmus. Now, Pixel, that's not the most efficient way to do it, but it's a way that is really easy to understand. Oh, I don't care. Sorry, I don't care about that. Why would I be worried about what is it? 284 episodes, so that what? You do Talking Space like once every couple of months? Or is it bi-monthly? No, it's not. It couldn't be. Yeah, no, but it's every month, right? Am I stupid? Why would I be concerned about a space podcast that's every month competing with my stream? You know, like that's two different content. Two different pieces of content. That's like saying MTV will take viewers away from the nightly news. That's not how that works. No, dude, talk about talking space. Talk about space while you're talking about talking space in the chat. I don't care. It's not a competing demographic, dude. Oh, shut up, Sawyer. I know it feels weird, but you can, as long as it's in context, I don't really care. Have you met Destin from Smarter Every Day? No, never met the guy. I never met the man. I'd love to. Seems like a really good dude. All right, Matt, have a good night. That's how a conspiracy works. Turn one target into four. You've had lunch with Destin before? He's really that genuine and smart. I never got anything other than genuine and smart from Destin, ever. In any of his videos, anything that I've seen, anything that he talks about Sawyer, yeah, it just seems like a really good, regular dude. I like that. I like that. I like that a lot. See last. Okay. This seemed to hint at Virgin Galactic disappearing soon. Richard Branson sells over 150 million in Virgin Galactic stock. He sold over 150 million of the company's stock over the past 3 days. Securities filing on Wednesday revealed Branson took the company public to a SPAC merger. Branson's sale comes a month after the guy he merged the company with sold his remaining personal stake in the company. Who has controlling stake in the company? No, this sounds fine. It sounds like Branson was using that to prop up other companies. As long as he has controlling stake in Virgin Galactic, I don't think it's a problem. Everything about doing collabs. I'm open to collabing with anybody that wants to, Novus. Now, the real question is if you want to collab with me. I don't know, man. It'd be cool. Gotta ensure good alignment here. Anytime you're ready, Sawyer. That's probably correct, Novus. 89.9. Perfectly aligned. That's about as good as you can get. Let's get the payload out here. Are you on an NDA for Kerbal 2? I have not signed any NDAs with Take-Two regarding anything Kerbal. No, I'm not under NDA. Niroku, I'm not under NDA, but what I will say is this. I don't go seeking out information about Kerbal, right? If the developers want to show me something, that's fine. I don't have a problem with that. Some things they've shown me, they said don't talk about. So I won't. It's probably irrelevant at this point. Most of the stuff they probably told me, because I haven't talked to them in a long time because of the pandemic, is probably... actually, most of it has come out in the promo videos that they've shown. But, on a side note, I do keep myself out of the loop on purpose. That is entirely done on purpose because I know that if they show me if they show me a feature that I really like, I'm gonna forget that it's something that I can't talk about because it makes me happy. And I'd say it randomly. I purposely keep myself out of the loop. I do that for a very good reason. I don't trust myself when it comes to talking to things about space because I talk people's ear off about space. So it's probably for the better, man. I was just wondering if they have taken any input. Niroku, I've talked with them about things. That's about it. I've talked to them about stuff before. Yeah. About like what it means to play Kerbal and stuff like that. Yeah, I've done that. I can tell you that. That's fine. They don't care. So you're saying you'll never be able to get a clearance with anything space related? Well, if I violate an NDA, Hellfish, that just gets people mad at you. If you violate a top secret clearance, that gets you in jail. So it's a little bit different. And as crappy as my brain works, that's how it works. I had the developers for KSP 1. I had Jamie and Paul on here, the lead designer and the lead developer for Kerbal for KSP 1 on here the other. Yeah, that was a little while ago, and maybe I should call those guys. But yeah, I haven't talked to Nate or any of the other guys over there for a little bit. Did the side project that you're working on turn out? Swishio, I'm working on... How many side projects am I working on right now? 3? 3 side projects. On top of the Minecraft project and mission mode and everything else and Space News. And the stream in general. Like that, the stream is my main project, obviously. The one that had a major breakthrough the other day, yeah. That's probably gonna happen. But like, it's weird. So like, when you come up with these projects, and I don't want to give anything away, when you come up with these projects, it takes time to figure out the logistics of the project and get everything to work. It's all about timing, and it's all about a lot of planning. So like, lately, if it looks like I haven't gotten a lot of sleep, well, that's because I'm trying to work on this stuff in the background, and it takes a lot of coordination, takes a lot of logistics. There's a lot of stuff to deal with. But
Discovery.
yeah.
Go at
Oh,
throttle.
Ark, what the hell are you doing? Gifted 5 subs. Thank you. You guys have been too nice to me today. How the frick do you have the time? I lose sleep. You guys notice that, like, I'm perpetually late for the stream? Did you ever wonder why? It's not just, I mean, I do have insomnia. Insomnia happens because sometimes I end up nursing this cup of coffee until 11 at night. It's empty. I drank all of it. But, yeah, I lose sleep. That's how it happens, Bram. Guys, yeah, it's...
Discovery. Go at throttle up.
I always do stuff like this. Das and I learned this from Das, believe it or not. I learned it from him. I learned it from you! Oh,
Discovery.
Zister.
Go at throttle up.
No. Gifted 5 subs. Thank you. What's that fuel tank used for? This is a upper stage. Yeah, dude, it's something to keep my mind occupied, dude. Like, first it was the quarantine streams, and then now those are kind of backing out. I started other projects. I mean, don't get me wrong, guys. And sometimes these projects don't pan out. In fact, like 80% of the time they don't. But sometimes you have breakthroughs in projects, and sometimes, you know, I had a major breakthrough with one the other day. That's the one that Swishio was talking about. But it's going to take some time to really see if it pans out the way that I want. You know, you're dealing with other people. You're dealing with other people's time. You know, sometimes not with this particular project, but you're dealing with other people's cash and stuff. You know, this stuff takes time to organize. Ask Das. He knows. The second project that I'm working on, I actually can't say anything about that one. I really shouldn't. I could probably tell you, and the guys would probably be cool with it, the people that I'm collaborating with, but I'm not. They would probably be totally fine with it, but I'm not going to say anything just because I haven't asked. I never specified with the last conversation that I had with them. I had a meeting with them on Monday, before the stream, believe it or not. That's why I was on time. I know, funny how that works, right? I didn't explicitly say that, or ask, like, and this is the thing, when you have informal meetings with people, nothing is set in stone. So, the meeting that I had the other day with these folks, nothing was set in stone, no NDAs were signed. So as far as I'm concerned, it's not a collaboration until something like that happens, okay? So you get a contract, so you get an NDA, so you get something. So as far as I'm concerned, like I've had meetings and I've touched base with a couple of people here and there, but in my mind, it's not a thing. That's the second project. The second project hasn't even hasn't even passed critical design review. You bought Baran. I freaking wish. You're like your own little agile startup. Yeah. The third project, I can tell you about the third project. I'm looking for a shop. I'm not gonna lie to you. That's the third project. The third project, I'm looking for a shop. I'm looking for a place to do auto streams. A dedicated shop, not my frigging parents' garage. I'm looking for a place to store my cars. I'm looking for a place to stream working on the cars. Yeah, I'm looking for a shop. That is the third project. Yeah, Hellfish. Yeah. Some of you guys know. I've told some of you guys, and I expect you not to tell anybody about it. But yeah, if one of those projects goes through, it's going to be pretty rad. Shop isn't a bad place to take into storage. So, Loopy, what I've been able to surmise is the right way to do this is to have a shop, buy a ton of warehouse space. Now, can I afford a ton of warehouse space? Hell no, I can't. I can't do that. But buy it and use it as a place not only to store your own stuff, but for other people to store their stuff. Loopy, as far as I'm concerned, wintertime happens up here. There's spaces at a premium for storing cars and wintertime. So that tells me that I can get some passive income if I buy a big freaking shop. And then I get people to store their cars. I know a lot of people around here that have cars that need to be stored. A lot of my buddies from car shows and stuff, which is completely out of, like, you guys don't know that. You guys don't know nothing about that. I have plenty of places to store automobile, like plenty of guys that want to store cars and stuff. So, yeah. No, it's not a co-op. I would just basically say, you want to park your car here in this warehouse, bring a car cover so people don't see it on stream, right? And pay me $1,000 to store it for the winter. And if my rent, for instance, is $1,000, I only need to store 12 cars, and the property literally that business pays for itself. And then any streaming stuff that I do is just bonus income for that. So that'll pay for rent, and then, you know, if I store 15 cars, that pays for rent, and that pays for electricity, and then that pays for the heating as well. and then stream his beer money for cars. You know, keep in mind that's a pretty hardcore commitment, and that's why I'm kind of like with it. But yeah, that's the third project. That one might not come of anything. Nothing might come of it. Who knows? But like I said, you guys have been pretty nice to me lately. And the support is not unnoticed, and I'm trying to find a way to pay it back other than just streaming more. You know, I talk about all this crazy stuff that you could do with cars. Wouldn't it be nice to go and actually do some of that stuff to basically play Kerbal with cars? The only thing I'd say is what happens during the summer. It doesn't matter, Josh, because the thing's already paid for because I paid for all the everybody paid for the cars for the winter. That's right, Zero. What about insurance to cover the cars if something happens? I mean, you have to have car insurance in Massachusetts, and you have to have car insurance in Massachusetts, so as long as I only allow cars in there that are on the road and registered and insured, then it's really not a big deal. How do you compete against burnout projects? I won't burn out on KSP. I won't, Niroku. I won't do it. Look, 10 years in, I could still play this game for hours on end. It's no problem. I enjoy every second of it. I won't burn out on KSP. That's not happening. It would have happened by now. I know me. For me, with projects that I burn out on, it takes 6 months. If after 6 months I'm still doing it, then okay, proceed with caution. If after a year I'm still doing it, then yeah, I don't have to worry. I'm not specifically saying KSP in general. I know. Just hear me out.
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Good luck, have fun, store cars. Yeah, I'll try. How excited are you for KSP 2? Yes. Niroku, what I'm trying to tell you is that I won't burn out on KSP. I know I won't. It would have happened by now. Let alone a decade later. It's not going to happen. I mean, don't get me wrong. I have days where I don't feel like playing KSP. As rare as it is, it does happen. And it's important to acknowledge that you're not, some days, even if you have a dream job, you still don't want to frigging work. Some days you just get out of bed and you're like, I hate everything, I'm going back to sleep. That does happen. The second thing is, even with a game that I know that I'm not going to burn out on, I still safeguard against it. Sometimes I don't play KSP as much during a week as another week. You know what I mean? It's really, I don't pay any mind to it. But, you know, playing other games and working on other projects is the safeguard against all that. That's how you avoid burnout. Diversify. I have 4 or 5. Look, I just told you guys I have 3 right now, but I've had up to 5 or 6. And some of these projects you guys have never heard about. And some of them you never will, you know, because they didn't happen. You know what I mean? This is what you do. I safeguard against it. So Niroku, how I work on burnout is I just do different projects. Like, okay, if I sat here and played mission mode all day, I probably wouldn't get sick of KSP, but I know I would get sick of mission mode. That's why I regiment Kerbal to a certain amount of time every day. But also I'm working on it in conjunction with this. And this is and once again, I said that there was no rockets, no space centers on this. Ships, space recovery vessels, and building a city. And that keeps my mind off things. It's a complete change of pace. And it keeps it dynamic, and it keeps it fun. Also, these guys are doing pretty sweet work right here. Airport? No. Not for a little while. Hi, stream. Like, the Minecraft City project is something that I'm working on. Epcot in cities was another project that we were working on. Trying not to die in my summer car. These are I just rotate out stuff. We rotate out stuff. You know, repowering the factory and Satisfactory, diversifying all this stuff, and doing just completely different things. Playing Beam, screwing around and playing Beam and talking about cars, working on the truck. You gotta. Your brain gets bored of things after a while. That's just kind of how it rolls. For whatever reason, I don't get bored of space. That's like the one exception to that rule. But my brain does get bored of things. Heck, I get bored of working on the truck from time to time. Cars are really weird, man. Working on cars and being a car person a car guy is a really bizarre thing. Because, you know, you have all these grandiose plans, right? And you start doing it, you start working on it, and then one day you're just like, nah, I don't feel like working on it. And then you don't work on it for 6 months. And that's not just me. For me, I didn't work on it for freaking 8 years. You know, that's not just me. That's everybody that has a project car does that. It's really weird. It's really hard to find the motivation for a project, especially if it's just something you're doing on the side. But, you know, all this other stuff, working on the truck, working on these background projects, is there to supplement KSP and keep my mind occupied. World helped me with the main tower for the tug, and it's 90% done. Cool. Yeah, Pythos, that was weird. That was still weird that one time, but here's a pic. Whoa, Ark. Here's a pic I took at my job and I didn't want to be, well, I didn't want to be working. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Pop Bear, what's that tweet from Timmy? Okay, we still don't know a ton about what engines Rocket Lab's newest rocket will use, but they probably won't be aerospikes. I just had to make sure. Catch an awesome interview with Peter Beck on Thursday, April 15th at 9 a.m.
And still no aerospikes.
No
And still no aerospikes.
No aerospikes.
I knew the answer to that before I said it. Now,
maybe we should put it in trade though. Maybe we should put that in trade. Yeah, never know.
Yeah, I mean, come on. You don't want to eat another hat, so just in case.
Yeah.
Just in case.
Oh, Tim's the best. That guy's awesome. I find it's easy to start a project, to get halfway through and get bored and go back. So, Zonic, that's why I rotate projects, too. People ask, when are you going to play Summer Car again? When are you going to play Cities again? That's just out of the rotation right now. That doesn't mean I don't want to play it. Sometimes I just rotate to something new. Sometimes something new comes along, like Squad kind of came out of nowhere. Playing Squad on stream, that came out of nowhere. I had no plans of playing Squad or any shooter on stream a day before I decided to put Squad in. Sometimes that happens. Sometimes a game pump comes in and bumps another game out. Sometimes it's better to just go with the flow. You know, like when Flight Sim came out, I went with the flow. We played Flight Sim like for a month straight. No, like with little to no KSP. You know, like just go with that's what people wanted to see. Tim has an interview with Peter Beck that's dropping on Thursday. Okay. Let's check for alignment here on the vehicle. I mean, people aren't going to like this one. I know people aren't going to like this, but sometimes, you know, if people are asking good questions, I let Space News go. I do it on purpose. And that I started Space News earlier today because I had a feeling with all the news that I read this morning that it was going to be a long one, and I anticipated that correctly. And we ended up starting Kerbal at around 7 o'clock, which is still a little bit late, but hey, it is what it is. You know, sometimes I let Space News go. Sometimes I let it go longer. Mission mode, you probably won't see that as much with mission mode deadlines approaching, but sometimes I do it. Sneaky, what's this? I have no idea how this thing survived. Okay. Yeah, I don't know either. Physics. Yeah, I go with the flow with chat sometimes, guys, and that's the right move. The heat shield flip without snapping. Yeah. Kerbal joints. Not even once. Yeah, that's just kind of how that, you know, like, it's kind of how you have to do it, guys. Sometimes the chat, the like, as the kids would say, like, the general vibe and stuff from the chat is actually really good. Got really awesome discussions going on about space and whatnot, and I let it go on purpose. I do it because if I, you know, like, we're usually talking about space, you know, or something, and if we are, I know that, you know, we're high on the science and technology category when space news comes up, because I can just tell from how busy the chat is that a lot of people are coming in and out. So I make sure to be here. Like, if we go into Q&A mode, I'll just keep going into Q&A mode. Sometimes I spend hours answering questions. I do that on purpose. You have to do it that way. Streaming is like going into battle with a plan of attack. Everybody has a plan of attack until they start getting shot at. You know, it's a dynamic environment. It's fast paced. It gets crazy. It's like working in a restaurant, working a dinner rush. It's fun. I like that. I enjoy it. I thrive off of it. It's fun to me. I see it as a challenge. But also at the same time, you know, there's always a balance between regimenting your content correctly, so you're playing the right game when people expect you to play the right game, and, you know, going with the flow. They're kind of at odds with each other, but it does happen. Someone showed me a trick for modules, and what? Someone showed me a trick for modules using I-beams and pizza plates. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, it looks like, yeah. They look like stringers. That's pretty neat. Okay, we're moving the tower backwards. You enjoy the challenge, and you answered it. Yeah, Shadow Wolf, it's fun. I like the fast-paced environment. It's nice. It really gets you going. You know what I mean? And there's like 500, 600, 700 people in here, and you're trying to answer as many questions as you possibly can during space news. Like, that happens from time to time. When it does, it's like a freaking medley, dude. It's enjoyable. I like it. Dude, I thrive off stress. It's the stupidest thing in the world, and it's probably not good for my health. I like stressful situations. Like, I like challenges. I like challenges like that. I thrive in that environment. I really, really enjoy it. Like putting foot to tail. That's my, like, it's so strange. That's correct, Loopy. This is the second launch of the night, my bud. Let's talk SN11. What happened? Cold starting rocket engines before you thermally condition them is a bad idea. That's what happened, Shadow Wolf. No, they had a leak. They had a leak in the methane line. So, I've always said if you have a liquid fuel engine that's designed to eat, it's designed to eat liquid methane and liquid oxygen. If you have anything but liquid methane and liquid oxygen going into the engine pops. Well, if they had a methane leak in the preburner line, which is what Elon said they did, and they hard started the engine, basically they started flowing propellants through a line that had a leak, the engine's going to blow up. And that's pretty much, I'm fairly confident that's exactly what happened. 11 exploded during landing. Yeah, oh yeah, they hard started an engine and the Raptor just voided itself and blew the entire back of the vehicle apart. Yeah, you think hard starting a car is tough? Hard starting a rocket engine blows the vehicle up. That's a really good case study into why you should thermally condition engines. So like beginning engine chill, M1 DVAC is chilling. You always hear that with Falcon 9, right? That's what happened. You gotta flow the propellants in, and if you have a leak, those cold propellants just leak out the side, and they don't end up thermally conditioning the engine. How do you give Kerbal's inventory? Hit I in the editor. Okay. Let's do an initial alignment check on the vehicle. Reading 89.9. Okay, we're all set. We're all set there. Vehicle is initially aligned. We'll go through a greater vehicle check here in a second. We need to go into the auto struts. Let's do a hierarchy check just to ensure that our hierarchy is in the right position. Okay, hierarchy check is confirmed. Okay, set the staging. But yeah, Niroku, that's how I avoid burnout. I just work on other things, dude. You gotta come to terms with the fact that you're not gonna want to stream every day and stream the same damn thing. Like, and once again, I safeguard with stuff like that, even with KSP. I said it. I mean, basically just repeating myself at this point. But yeah, I make sure. I safeguard against burnout in games that I don't even get burned out in, just to be 100% sure. That's the only way to be sure. Kerbal and Space News are my lifeblood. I can never burn out on those. That's literally the bread and butter of this stream. STEM education. Everything else is just supplemental. That's how I look at it. Hey, Curly, thanks for the raid, man. If that's the case, I wonder why they didn't fully care if this failed. Sneaky, I was about to say I'm 100% sure, but that's not exactly right. I'll say I'm fairly confident that SpaceX just said, screw it. We have enough data from this version, and we have new versions of Raptors and new versions of Starship coming. Put this on the pad and send it so we can put SN15 out there. I'm serious. I'm pretty sure they rushed the SN11 launch, and I'm pretty sure they did it on purpose. That's agile, man. That's agile business. Even if it's not ready, push it. All right, next thing. Happy too. Always chill over here. Curious to what your thoughts are on New Shepard. I love it. I think it's really cool, Curly. A tap-off Hydrolox deep throttleable engine is frankly nothing but straight up impressive. Yeah, that's really hard to do in real life. Yeah, in Blue Origin. When's the last time you heard any New Shepard having any problems with New Shepard? When's the last time you heard of any rocket having no problems during any mission ever? New Shepard's literally, they've literally never lost, they've never lost a booster, have they? I know, Nazman, it does look weird. It's naked. They lost the first one in like 2015. The first mission. What, did they expend the booster on purpose or did it not land? Tomorrow, Chief. I don't remember, but there's an attempt. That's still pretty dang good. Swagger, that's good. Where do you want to build that? I mean, and you know what? Like, don't get me wrong. Building a suborbital rocket is easier than building an orbital rocket, but it's not that much easier. It's pretty tough. That's pretty hard to do, especially one that lands the first stage. That's not easy. Especially that New Shepard kind of hones in and finds the pad and then kind of slowly moves down and lands. That slowly moving down and landing part is ridiculous. Guys, okay, listen. New Shepard has aero control surfaces on the top. You have the drag brakes and you have the pie fins, right? The bottom fins move to steer that first stage in, right? Right? It has no RCS. New Shepard has no reaction control system. Think about that next time they go and land that booster. There's no RCS to steer that thing into position. It just falls back down, and then it steers itself with the fins near the pad, and then they fire the engine. Now, why is that a big deal? Do you know how difficult that is to hover that booster straight up right there with just the rocket engine and no RCS to compensate for any movement? You know how difficult that is? That is insanely difficult. Try doing it in KSP. It's really, really tough. Like, and I'm not just saying that to like gain favor with Blue Origin. Literally, you've been around for 21 years and you've never launched a thing into orbit. Please launch something into orbit soon, please? Please? Like, please? But I will say, that's still really, really, really difficult to do. And on top of that, it's a Hydrolox engine. Hydrogen is really difficult to work with. It's extremely difficult to work with. And then, not only is it Hydrolox, it's deep throttleable. What other Hydrolox engine have you heard of that can deep throttle like that? That doesn't use an expander cycle like the RL-10. There's nothing like that. That is totally new. Totally, it's out of the, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Like, how does that even happen? I mean, the thing makes DCX look like a frigging paper airplane, and DCX was ridiculously complicated. Yeah, it's a tap-off cycle, Loopy. Once again, also the first tap-off cycle engine to ever fly. Just putting that out there. Dude, it's impressive. It really is. I hate it when people badmouth New Shepard. It pisses me off. I mean, I hate it when people badmouth any rocket, to be honest with you. It's kind of an ongoing motif with me. All right, let's get ourselves into the launch window here. That's actually not in the launch window, but that's okay. We still have to fuel it. Sorry, old habits. I'm used to, still even now, I'm used to my rocket being just fully fueled on the pad. This thing needs to be over here somewhere. I mean, NASA man, I'm pretty sure everybody missed when Patrick just casually dropped that New Shepard uses terrain relative navigation. Yeah, I'm pretty sure everyone missed that this afternoon. Go back and watch the cast. Patrick said that it has TRN in it, just like the Mars lander. Nobody heard that. I heard it, and then I forgot to say it. Yeah, they've tested TRN. They did that on the last flight. For guess why? National Team Lander. Yeah, it has TRN on it. Everybody missed that. And it's funny because nobody knew what TRN was when NS-14 flew. Then after Perseverance landed, everyone knew what TRN was that liked space. And now everybody just glazed over it. Patrick said, yeah, this thing uses terrain relative navigation. It's up in the Taurus ring at the top, the circular wing. It has TRN cameras up there to be able to find the land. Dude, that's some pretty impressive kit right there, man. TRN. New Shepard uses TRN to land, MT. The last two New Shepard landings have used terrain relative navigation to land that booster back on the pad. And this is what I mean, NASA man. This is why I don't like it when people badmouth Blue Origin. Oh, they haven't launched anything. Yeah, I get it. They haven't launched anything, but also that doesn't mean they're doing nothing. The implication that people have with Blue Origin is that they do nothing. That is 100% wrong. It's really wrong. No, 14 was the one to test it first, Loopy. I remember them talking about it. I remember Ariane talking about it. All right, anyway, let's get another mission in the books here. Luna 4, Launch 2. This is a Freedom 10 3.2 expendable. Transfer stage 8. 98 to 98, 98 by 98 to Liberty Station. Year 3, day 311. We're going to target 00559. Good number, 59. 0059 on the dot. This is a support mission, another support mission for the Luna 4 landing. Payload mass is 12.2. 5th launch from this, 85th total from Complex 1. 124, 232. This is the transfer vehicle refuel and resupply for the Luna 4 mission. And I've fixed the interstage problems that manifested themselves from the last launch. Okay, let's go. All right, we're going to begin vehicle checkout here at this time. Let's go in here. Crossfeed. Crossfeed is disabled on the payload. Crossfeed is disabled on the second stage. We're going to ensure same vessel collision here. SVI is enabled on the payload fairing and the payload attachment fitting, and then the second stage forward skirt, SVI is enabled. That's good. SVI is enabled here. We're going to make sure that this thing is a good mate there to the fairing. Yes, it does. Check the fairing. Fairing is good. All right, we're going to open up the second stage fill and drain valves here. Enable crossfeed. Enable crossfeed. Enable crossfeed. Good. We're going to go down to the bottom of the vehicle, check that our launch table, it has same vessel collision on it. It shouldn't have changed. Nope, everything is good. We're going to check the aft engine section skirt here, make sure that... Okay, that has same vessel collision on it. Cool. Opening up main fill and drain valves. Good. Okay, vehicle checkout is complete at this time. Staging is green. Here we go. What's that, Snackless? You made a giant arrow spike? Whoa, that's cool. Neat. Swag, maybe here. Go for it. And parking lot. Do it. Make it happen. Claim the lot. Put the thing down. All right. We are go for first stage fueling. First stage fueling has begun at this time. It does look weird with nothing on it, with no recovery paraphernalia on it. But the other thing is that this thing is really going to punch this payload far. High TWR on the first stage. I'm really going to push this thing. We're really going to push the stage. We're going to Falcon Heavy center core this thing. It's going to go really far down range. What's this launch? I'm launching a transfer vehicle, the last transfer vehicle in place I need for the Luna 4 mission. It kind of looks cool in its own regard, but it also looks really weird. Yeah, that's what the first stages look like in full recoverability mode. See that right there? This just looks like a cigarette. Except instead of tobacco, it's RP1 and locks. Yeah, you know what? Sorry, I don't want to smoke that. Yeah, I don't want to smoke anything. Maybe a cigar, but yeah, I don't want that. Especially the locks part. That'd get really hot, really fast. I don't want that. Yeah, it's a bad idea. Why is it being expended? Because these transfer stages don't have the TWR that I need to be able to have enough time to recover the stage, fellas. Did you use a Kerbal to tear the wings off of this, or is this a new booster? It's a new booster, Snackless. A lot of these transfer stages are going to be using expendable Freedom 10s, just because if I did the math out, if I take all the recovery equipment, because I can't recover them launching the tugs into space. We need a bigger rocket for that, but we don't have a bigger rocket before the deadline comes, right? If that's the case, I need to, you know, we compounded the cash. Sorry, I had a brain fart. We compounded the cash, and I figured out that I could save like 50, 60 G's. Literally an entire Freedom 10 launch campaign. If I take all the recovery equipment off, and I wouldn't have had it anyway because I can't get these boosters back. As far as I'm concerned, you guys gave me the budget to get those 5 lunar missions done. And this is about proving the lunar architecture is a sustainable way to get out to the moon. We're specifically talking about the transfer stages, transfer vehicles, and the lander. How I get the stuff up into space, I mean, work with what you got. But in the future, it would be nice to make one single transfer stage that does everything. So, like, I launched the heavier transfer stage on a bigger rocket, right? And, like, can you imagine, like, Jebstone? If I had Jebstone, Jebstone can move 18 tons of fuel, like, out to the moon. What I could do is attach the transfer vehicle to, like, a Jebstone upper stage, right? This is just, I'm not going to do this. You guys would have to vote on what type of lifter we need. You know, we could have the transfer vehicle, we could have that upper stage go to the space station, grab the transfer vehicle, go out to the moon, refuel the lander, land, come back, right? And then still have enough Delta V to come back. Random, but still STEM related question. Do you know any coding languages? I'm not fluent in any coding language. I know, I understand code, but I have a basic knowledge of it at best. Nowhere near what I have with aerospace engineering. This is a tug that's going, a lunar tug that's going up to the space station, Lorenz, by Condor. Nah. Vaguely Yellow Spy, yeah. How excited are you for the upcoming Falcon Heavy launch? I'm good. Yeah, Jack Tank. I've seen Falcon Heavy fly. But those double booster landings are pretty freaking special. They're expending the center core, which sucks. SpaceX is never going to get a Falcon Heavy center core back. Oh, they're never going to get one back, man. It's cursed. It's cursed. Everyone. The first one yeeted itself. What happened to the second one? The second one didn't land. I forget why. Oh yeah, the second one fell over. That's right. The second one landed and then fell into the water. And then the third one landed and they lost it at sea. Towing it back. That one fell over into the water. Just bad luck. They did. They've landed 2 center cores, technically. But the next one, that stayed up. I just picture that insurance commercial with the dude who offers $1 on the fishing line, but instead it's a Falcon Heavy center core. Oh, you almost got it. You almost got it. All right. Vehicle is fully fueled. We're going to go down the vehicle here. Just double check. Yep. Okay. Vehicle's fully fueled. We're going to begin second stage gas closeout here. Disable. 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 Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, you're not wrong. Sorry, for sure. Alright. I heard that SpaceX called it quits on recovering their fairings. 120% incorrect. SpaceX called it quits on trying to catch them with nets. So I don't understand why the hell that got reported the way that it did. Probably people with clickbait articles, because I didn't read the articles because the headline was stupid. The honest truth is that SpaceX figured out a way to waterize the fairings. The fairings are waterproof. And that is a much easier solution than trying to land the stupid fairing on a ship. That's what happened. That's what happened. They didn't abandon trying to recover fairings. No. They abandoned trying to land the fairings on the container ship. On the net ships. They can land them in the water. Look, you need to look no further than the last Starlink mission. Here, I'll show you. Look. So, let me see if I can get you a good shot of the fairing here. Yeah, perfect, right here. Okay, so look. You know how I know that they waterized the fairings? Well, we've seen the fairings float in the water. The water line's somewhere around where my mouse cursor is. The fairings are really light. They float. They float very well. SpaceX moved the fairing vents above the water line. What does that mean? See that little hole right there? That looks like a hole that's been patched, right? Well, it has. When the rocket is on its way up, the fairing is unpressurized. But you still have to find a way to get the air to evac out of the fairing. So there's vents at the bottom of the fairing. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Right? And those vents evac the air. Every vehicle has this. Every vehicle has a fairing vent. Heck, even the space shuttle does. You ever wondered where all that air goes inside of the payload bay? Well, there's vents on the side of the shuttle. Let's take a look at... Let's take a look at a... fine girl Discovery here. See the vents? 1, 2, and 3. See? 1, 2, and 3. Those are vents. The air inside of the payload bay gets evac'd out those vents and then out the seams of the payload bay because it's not airtight. Okay? You think that's area venting now? The shuttle is sus because it's venting. Now, if you go back and look at this... Also, astronomers are not too happy with Starlink. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, well, alright. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, and 4. See those vents right there? They move the vents above the water line. So that tells me that this fairing is waterized, because if they plugged the holes where the vents were and then they moved the vents to the side, see now there's 2 vents over here. They're above the water line. So what that tells me is that the recovery crews that are already out there with the drone ship are just going to fish the fairings out and just pull them up onto the ship and return with them. So yeah, they didn't give up on fairing reuse. If anything, they've found a way to optimize it and make it easier and have less ships, saving money. That's what's going on. I'm like 90% sure. At least. 98.32% sure. Are those one-way vents? Yeah, Robert, I think so. Last. Okay. SpaceX actually made a bouncy castle for their fairings that they'd leave out in the ocean, but then realized the fairings would still have horizontal velocity, so then they went for the nets. I've never saw anything come up in the bouncy castle arc. Where are you getting that one from? The third certainly did not land. Oh, that was the second one that did. Thanks, Necklace. No, the castle is legit. That's awesome. Anyway, I don't ever remember seeing that, but whatever. We're inside of 4 minutes here. I mean, we watched that live. So many freaking SpaceX launches, I can't even keep track of them. Yeah, Novus, I don't think they're... I mean, now that I'm thinking about it, I don't think they're one-way vents. I think there's just a vent. It's just a hole in the fairing. Or a hole in this... I mean, it's just a vent for the shuttle's payload bay. So no nets for SpaceX. At least we get helicopter grabs for Electron hopefully soon. Yeah. That, and the other thing is I think plasma was getting through those vents during re-entry. And frying stuff inside of the fairing. If I saw the re-entry footage correctly, SpaceX showed footage of the fairing going through re-entry, and plasma comes right through the two vent holes. Pretty sure they put them up to the side so that doesn't happen. Actually, Loopy, you know what I'm thinking? Helicoptering the fairings actually might not be a bad idea. There's got to be a reason why they don't do that. That makes too much sense. That makes too much sense to make to not do. Why would they not do that? I know. The helicopter, the blade wash from the helicopter will make the fairing do this. It'll make the fairing do that, and it'll be impossible to catch. That's probably the reason why they didn't do that. So how does the shuttle deal with plasma in the vents? The plasma bow shock gets nowhere near them, Shaw. Yeah, Rocket Guy, it seems like just waterizing the fairings is the right move. That's the right move. That's really smart. I you know, not saying that, oh, you know, I asked that question a little while ago, but I remember I'm like, well, why don't they just find a way to make them waterproof? But I didn't think about it enough. Oh yeah, there's the bouncy castle. Nice, Art. Oh yeah, I remember that. It's a boat that can dry dock. You should totally build that in Stormworks. Oh. Okay. Yeah, the shuttle moves the plasma out and away from the vents. The plasma knife gets nowhere near it. Yeah. The nose cone will move it away. At most... at most, velocities and angles. Yeah. Was the original. One hop. Excuse me, one hop. Alright, so we're sitting at T-minus 3 minutes and 39 seconds here until the launch of Luna 4 Flight 2. That's the Minecraft's same thing. Okay. That's cool, Hellfish. Day is wrong on your notes. Oh, yeah. Thank you. Thanks, bud. Minecraft. Alright, I'm gonna do something I normally don't do here. Okay. Alright, so we've closed out gas on this, so let's bring the engines down to chill. We'll go for auto sequencer start. We start auto sequence inside of 1 minute, but it's fine. Station is pretty much right overhead. Okay, stand by for first stage gas closeout here. Okay, first stage is pressed for flight and good to go. Bringing up the ground pyrotechnic arming system. That's basically the docking port that's holding it to the pad. I arm it by making it the primary docking port here. We're at T-minus 48 seconds and counting. Make sure we're controlling from the right thing here. And just double check for gas closeout. I'm pretty sure I did it, but sorry, I've been talking to you guys all night. Do you think with the slowed down time at KSC, you should increase the number of time skips you are doing? No. What? With that? No, Katra, just leave it the way that it is. Okay, here we go. Rock, report range status. Status check. Go Freedom 10. Go Luna 4, Flight 2. Cleared to proceed with terminal count. Ground pyrotechnic system is armed. T-minus 15 seconds in game. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 0. We got a liftoff. Liftoff. Luna 4. Flight 2. Carrying the transfer vehicle. Transfer vehicle 8 for the lunar, transfer stage 8 for the lunar transfer vehicle. Sorry, the vehicle did something weird. The roll program is complete. Vehicle is now pitching downrange. Throttling back for max Q here. Everything's looking good. Yep, second stage didn't do the weebly wobbles around. We're all set. Dynamic pressure is at 7 kilopascals and increasing. Stand by for maximum dynamic pressure. We're at max Q. Vehicles experience maximum dynamic pressure. Beginning pitch over. Next step in the flight is main engine cutoff. We'll now throttle it back up, getting out of the throttle bucket here. Next step in the flight is main engine cutoff. I'm really pushing this booster. We're really going with a much steeper pitch over here. Really trying to push this thing down range. Stand by for MECO. With MECO confirmed. We have good upper stage ignition. All systems looking good. Second stage nozzle's now moving the second stage into a position for its burn for precise insertion here. For sure, Elfish, yeah. Stand by for fairing sep. Showing good fairing separation. Are we getting some like weird frame rate lag? I've never seen Kerbal get like pissy like this before. That's weird. How much RAM is Kerbal using? No. Seems to be okay. That's weird. Okay, stand by for second stage engine cutoff. Seco confirmed. Beginning engine chill on the second, on the transfer stage here. We have ignition on the transfer stage. Everything's looking good. Okay, stand by for engine cutoff. We have positive periapsis. Okay, great orbital insertion. 98 by 95, that was perfect. That one's going up to the station, guys. I, just out of curiosity, wanted to switch back to this thing. It's funny, when I take all that other equipment off of Freedom 10, it actually gives me enough time to be able to go back to this thing right before it crashes. But we don't have enough. With all the recovery equipment on this thing, it weighs it down just enough to where it won't be able to, we won't be able to get it back. Hang on one second. Is it the Dyne map? Maybe it's the Dyne map that's screwing it up. Don't tell me I get reacquisition of signal from this. I'll be really annoyed if we reacquire signal. No, we are not going to do that. Headphone users, you know what? I'm just going to turn it down. This will really blow out someone's eardrum. Yeah, I turned it down. We have lost a signal on the stage as expected. Yeah, that was great. That was really good orbital insertion. Really going on a little bit of a steeper ascent trajectory really helped. 98 km by 95 km. Nominal orbital insertion. All right, let's get up to the station. Some of us like loud noises. Yeah. I might be able to take Freedom 10 and reusable and fly it on a steep trajectory like that. But we're carrying like 4 or 5 tons of recovery equipment on the vehicle. That 4 or 5 tons makes a big frigging difference. And this is the trade-offs that you have to play with when you mess with reusability with any rocket. It doesn't matter if it's KSP or real life. Same thing. It makes the rocket more complicated. It makes it more difficult to do stuff. Wow, Twitch app censored the word stupid is not safe for work. Wow, that's stupid. Wait. Okay, we got to do a little bit of an inclination change here. Okay, good. All right, let's get a maneuver node dialed in here. Get one dialed in at 100. There we go. Now we just got to figure out where the proper phasing for that is. Got to do a couple of orbits here. Or 5. $3.9, not bad. It looks like it tried to turn itself. It looks like it was trying to turn itself inclined as soon as it left the pad. I didn't turn the SAS. Either I didn't turn the SAS on, Sawyer, or it shut off when I separated the vehicle. I'm pretty sure I just forgot to turn it on. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I just forgot to shut it off. Or forgot to turn the thing on. That's fine. I saw it right away. I saw the vehicle start to do this, and then I re-enabled it and corrected it. That's why I kind of stopped, and I was like, and we have liftoff of the vehicle that does things. The PEBCAC is an old guidance system. It kind of sucks at times, but it does work. Yeah, I don't think that cost us much. If anything, we took a little bit of a cosine loss and the thing slewed to the right, kind of space shuttle style. That's about as good of a rendezvous as we're gonna get. The side fumbling was just evident after takeoff. Well, we need a turbo encabulator to fix that. Okay. Okay, we're there. Let's enable all these to 20 so we're not pissing out monopropellant. I probably should have done that from the factory. Forward and back, set them to 50 just like I did with transfer stage 7. Love the turbo encabulator? Yeah. I mean, for a number of years now, work has been proceeding on the crudely conceived idea of not only supplying inverse reactive current in the use of unilateral phase detractors, but a machine that's automatically capable of synchronizing cardinal gram meters. Yeah. Yeah, the turbo encabulator. You know, nothing is really different from previous versions except the change of the relative motion of conductors and fluxes to the modal reaction of magneto-reluctance and capacitive diractance. Yeah. The old one had a base plate of prefamulated amulite surmounted by a malleable logarithmic casing in such a way that the two spurring bearings were in direct alignment with the pentametric fan. Yeah, the newest versions of the turbo encabulator are now reaching a high level of development, and once again, they're being successfully used in the operation of no-for trunnions. And sometimes with the newer ones, when a fluorescent score motion is required, it can also be used in use with a drawn reciprocation dingle arm. Reciprocation dingle arm to reduce sinusoidal repleneration. Yeah. I don't know, that was off the cuff, Roblox. How could I read it off a piece of paper if I'm looking at the camera? No, there's nothing behind the damn camera. Look. It's just a freaking microphone. Nice, Dip. That's cool. Did you memorize all of that? No. The main winding was of the normal Lotus L Delta type placed in panendermic semi-boloid slots of the stator. Quick, how's a plumbus made? First they take the dingle bop and smooth it out with a bunch of schleem. The schleem is then repurposed for later batches. They take the dingle bop and then push it through the grumbo, where the fleeb is rubbed against it. It's important that the fleeb is rubbed because the fleeb has all of the fleeb juice. They cut the fleeb. Oh, then a shlami comes and he shows up and he rubs it and then he spits on it. They cut the fleeb. There's several hizzards in the way. The blamps rub against the chumbles, and the plubis and grumbo are shaved away, leaving you with a regular old plumbus. I always wondered how plumbuses got made. The real one that you really need to know is where the missile is.
The missile knows where it is at all times. It knows this because it knows where it isn't. By subtracting where it is from where it isn't, or where it isn't from where it is, whichever is greater, it obtains a difference or deviation. The guidance subsystem uses deviations to generate corrective commands to drive the missile from a position where it is to a position where it isn't, and arriving at a position where it wasn't, it now is. Consequently, the position where it is now the position that it wasn't, and it follows that the position that it was is now the position that it isn't. In the event that the position that it is in is not the position that it wasn't, the system has acquired a variation. The variation being the difference between where the missile is and where it wasn't. If variation is considered to be a significant factor, it too may be corrected by the GEA. However, the missile must also know where it was. The missile guidance computer scenario works as follows. Because a variation has modified some of the information the missile has obtained, it is not sure just where it is. However, it is sure where it isn't, within reason, and it knows where it was. It now subtracts where it should be from where it wasn't, or vice versa. And by differentiating this from the algebraic sum of where it shouldn't be and where it was, it is able to obtain the deviation and its variation, which is called error.
Yep. Does that help? All right. We are good for final dock here on transfer stage 8. Stand by for soft capture. We have soft capture confirmed and a hard dock to the transfer vehicle. Deploying full solar panels. Full solar panel deploy confirmed. Frick you. Why? Why, Sneaky? I missed half of that. Can you play it again? No? No? Okay. Transfer Stage 8 is attached to Transfer Vehicle 1. Transfer Vehicle 1 is going to take the... I'm trying not to talk like the missile knows where it is, guy. Transfer Vehicle 1 is what the Kerbals are going to use to get out to the lander. The lander's out there, and it's ready to go. So tomorrow, we're going to launch a dart. A dart's going to come up here, and they're going to leave the dart parked there. But it's only going to be up there for a couple of days. Transmit that science, baby. They're going to go up here. They're going to dock. They're going to leave the dart there, and then they're going to detach the transfer vehicle. The transfer vehicle is going to go out to the lander. Lander's going to land down on the surface of the moon. They're going to come back up to the transfer vehicle, and leave the lander. And then they're going to come back in the transfer vehicle. Transfer vehicle is going to dock. They're going to go back to dart. Dart's going to go down. Dart's going to land. You don't understand how often Chuck uses that in voice chat. Who's Chuck? Chuck who? Yeah, that was such a really... See, choosing to take all the parts, all those extra parts off of Freedom 10 really gave me a lot of extra margin here. We have way above projected fuel load here. Chuck you. Oh, Chuck, no. Okay, yeah, I gotcha. Sweet. Very good. All right, all mission objectives complete. Okay, guys, tomorrow we're going back to the moon again. Third attempt. Actually, everything performed really good today. We only had that slight weeble wobble on liftoff, but everything was real good. Cool. You guys want to... Oh, shoot, it's 1:45. Yikes. Don't forget to pack 2 or 3 of these solar panels on this trip. Don't know how many we need. Yeah. Yeah. When I get up to the station, I already clicked off, Loopy. Did you know that the Concorde featured a droop snoot? Droop snoot. Yeah, droop snoot. That snoot would droop. The snoot drooped. Yes. I do, because the type of nose cone that's required for for supersonic speeds is a very, very pointy one. And the thing is that when you're landing, it's hard to see the runway when there's a nose cone in the way, so they made the nose droop. Yeah, for landing. Also, the Concorde lands at a very high angle of attack comparatively to other airplanes. The reason why it does that is because the Delta Wings, have you ever noticed the Delta Wings kind of have like an armpit, like right there? The reason why it's a strake into an armpit is because when the Concorde goes and lands at a high angle of attack, that armpit is designed aerodynamically to create vortexes off of it over the wing. It's intentionally designed to create low pressure over the wing, so the Concorde can actually create a ton of lift when you pitch that wing up like that. It can create crazy amounts of lift. That's why you needed to land it at a high angle of attack. Believe it or not, very similar to the Space Shuttle. Space Shuttle did the same thing for a different reason. It has that armpit wing, but it's more for hypersonic boundary layers, but that's another story. Yeah, Concorde, droop snoot, and armpit wing. Concorde's still flying. No, the Concorde first flew in 1969, and then they retired it in 2003, citing high cost of operation and low demand. Here, I'll show you real quick if you want to see. Yeah, the armpit wing. The space shuttle has a very similar wing. You see how the wing kind of goes back for a second, and then it moves out? It's not like a straight triangle, right? It's like a triangle with the hypotenuse pushed in. See, that was what they originally went with. No good. See it there? See how it strakes out? It's designed to create a ton of drag over the front, or a ton of low pressure on the top of the wing, so Concorde can actually come down and land, because this thing needs to be a bullet because of how fast it goes. And yeah, you need that right there. So the snoot, the whole nose actually droops down, which is really freaking cool. Yeah, there we go. See? Armpit wing. See that? That's not just to look nice. That's to create vortexes on the top of the wing at high angles of attack so the thing can actually land. Such a cool plane. That is the swan song of the British aerospace industry. I know it's a collaboration between England and France. I get it. That plane is one of the coolest planes ever devised by man, by a long shot. It's so damn cool. The thing was so ahead of its time. But hopefully we see more stuff like that in the future. Not sure if you ever heard about the snoot guy.
Since pilots couldn't see out of the plane because of angled landing, engineers put together a solution.
The Concorde featured a droop snoot.
Droop snoot?
Yeah, the snoot would droop.
The snoot drooped.
The snoot drooped. So why can the SR-71 get away with typical triangles while Concorde could not? You tell me. I know the reason. All right, MC. Yeah, I'm gonna wind down Kerbal. I'm gonna check on what's going on with the Minecraft server, and then we're gonna dump out. It's Wednesday night. When's MSC, dude? I haven't played MSC in like 8 months, man. I'm just not feeling it, Dravenzio. You know how it be. So, the SR-71. Why could the SR-71 get away with it? Well, for one, the SR-71's a lot lighter than Concorde is because it's made out of titanium. Two, let's go take a look. The key lies in a couple of things. Here. Well, I'll show you. Look at the SR-71's wing design. Look at it, and specifically, look at how the fuselage is designed right there. Then you tell me why it doesn't need that and Concorde does. The armpit's right there. Yeah, it'll create tons. It'll do the same thing right there. See it? Right there. The fuselage. The fuselage is a different shape. Concorde's very cylindric, so it needs the strakes to make up of it. It needs the strakes to make up for it. The SR-71 has the strakes built right into the fuselage. And you know what the crazy part is? The SR-71 started flying 10 years before Concorde. A plane, I'm telling you, that plane was way ahead of its time. Like, way ahead of its time. Also, there's more armpit wing out here to generate more lift at high angles of attack. See that? It's mind-boggling to learn that the fuel tanks of the SR-71 are leaking fuel when it's not flying. Yep. Because it's designed to basically fly in re-entry heat. So if the fuel tanks were sealed down on the ground, they would have burst up in the air because you're heating up. It'd be like heating up a propane tank. They're called chines. Yeah, there you go, Rocket Guy. But it's the same effect. Yep. That's why there's this little strake coming out of the engine right there, and then that's that there too. If you pitch up, you're going to create vortexes over the wing here and here. That's enough to lift the whole thing up. The plane will literally, that coupled with the ground effect, same thing with Concorde, would just suck the plane up off the ground, believe it or not. You know what? On one final note, do you guys know the YouTuber Peter Shripple? You know that guy? I think that's how you say his last name. Did you guys watch the video where he made an ecranoplane? There was a video he did a little while ago where the guy made an ecranoplane, a model ecranoplane, and it is amazing. Yeah, it's really freaking cool. Check this out. So, I mean, you guys should watch the video, but also watch this. Like, I'll just show a clip from it real quick. The solar boat is cool. Here, take a look. I don't know if I could play the music. Watch this. All right, I'll do it. I'll take the risk. Dude, look at the ground effect. Oh, that's so cool. That's so legit. I love it. That's so freaking cool, dude. Oh my goodness. That's so awesome. Dude, look at how fast it's going. Is that awesome? No, you guys check it again. What, dude? That's so good. And that song is dope. That song is the perfect music for it. Dude, you see how fast it was going? This is so awesome, man. I gotta see it one more time. One more time.
Is this even an airplane? Alright, Sam, when you start accelerating, I'll accelerate.
Oh, that looks so cool.
Isn't that sick? It uses the ground effect. So basically it creates a cushion of air below the wings and the thing just rides on the cushion. Like, watch. So the thing actually takes off, and then watch. He lets off the throttle and see how it just hovers? Oh, that's so badass. I love it. I want to make one. Oh, that's so cool. Look at how quick it's going. That's so freaking cool.
That's awesome! This thing flies really good!
This is so cool. That's so cool. Go check out that guy's channel. Yeah, I've known about it for some time, but yeah, I always forgot to go and tell people about it. Yeah, Peter seems like good people. Isn't that cool? He made it. So that is based off of the ecranoplane. So check this out. Ecranoplanes are strange. Here's a picture of one. So, if you want to know a little bit about ecranoplanes real fast, yes, that's what it looks like. Yes, there's 8 engines mounted in the front and 2 mounted in the back. Yeah, I know, Duber, I know. That's that one, unfortunately. So you see how there's huge fences on the outside of the wings? That's designed to keep the air underneath the wings. So what this thing does, what the Soviet Union was trying to do is make a destroyer. Literally a destroyer that could go, like, close to the sound barrier and stay below radar, right? Yeah, a destroyer. So they came up with the idea of making the ecranoplane. So the ecranoplane had some ship-to-ship missiles on it, right? And what this thing would do... What this thing would do is it would use the engines and it would start going fast, and it's a boat. It's basically a flying boat, but not like a flying boat like the Spruce Goose or something. What this thing does is it starts to speed up, and it stays there, and then it just generates enough lift to just get out of the water. And it lifts itself up out of the water, and then the way the wing is designed is the wing has a very high angle of incidence, so the air from the wing gets deflected down, and it actually gets compressed beneath the wing and the water. And that creates an air pocket there that keeps the entire thing up. It's called the ground effect. It's not an aerofoil. No, not an aerofoil, not a hydrofoil. It uses the ground effect. So the idea is that you have a destroyer, like a small fast attack ship that can go like 130 knots over water, which is insanely fast for a boat. And if you put ship-to-ship missiles on that thing, it's flying under the radar, so you'd never frigging see it coming. It's freaking cool, man. It's really interesting design, but the problem is if you hit a wave, you die. Yeah, that's the problem. You hit a wave, you die. If there's choppy waters, it doesn't really work. So this thing only really works really, really well in lakes. On lakes, believe it or not, is when it works really well, where the waters aren't choppy. If you have white caps, if that thing hits a wave, it'll rip it to pieces. But still, it's still really cool, really interesting design. It's the the Caspian Sea Monster. Mustard has a spectacular video explaining it with stunning graphics. Yeah, Mustard's amazing. But I can't believe that Peter just made one. See, look, he nailed the angle of incidence on the wing, and the thing it catches the ground effect. Like, okay, so the thing gets up off the ground, right? Like here, we'll watch it in slow motion. The thing gets up on the ground, off the ground. Watch. See, it gets up off the ground and it starts to fly like a plane, right? But because it has stubby wings, you can see by the roll, because of the stubby wings, it's not generating enough lift to stay up there, so it's stalling out. And then the thing comes back down. Watch. And you can see it gets sucked down, right? And then the ground effect just holds it up. Is that cool or what? And that's ground effect right there, holding that. There's a cushion of air being put underneath the wings right here because they're forcing all that air down and they're compressing it between the wing and the water. That is so frigging cool. No, he doesn't, Coltec. He just made it. He just put the thing together. He didn't get into the specifics. But I will tell you right now, if he just put this thing together and kind of made it look like the Ekranoplane, and then it worked, that's pretty damn impressive. Dude, that's so cool! Oh my goodness! That's so legit. I'm sorry, that's so badass. I want to make one. Oh, dude, that's cool. Peter started out as a youngster with flight test. Those guys will make almost anything fly, and Peter learned well. Do you know him, Bill? It's damn impressive, dude. It's damn impressive. Time to make it in KSP. No ground effect in KSP, Mind Drive. I could fake it if you wanted to. Wouldn't be the same. You could fake it. Yeah, that would be really tough. That'd be really hard to get it right. You'd basically need... What you would need to do is make a plane that basically can only fly if you're going at high speed, and you'd need to have two downward-facing engines underneath the wings to mimic the compression effect of the wings. Yeah, the KSP has no fluid dynamics in it, so you can't really simulate ground effect. You could fake it, though. But is that... It's cool, but at what point does it get, like... I don't know. I don't know if Ferrums has that, Roblox, to be honest with you. Just a long-term viewer of Peter's channel and flight test. Right on. Right on. Yeah. Yeah, Jetrid, it's freaking cool, dude. Ekranoplanes are really, really interesting. Really interesting idea to come out of the Soviet Union. I mean, dude, that thing... Alright, I'll just go ahead and say it. That looks freaking badass. That's a cool-looking plane. Or Ekranoplane. Mab, 23 months. You know, Little Bird, you told me that you're thinking about getting a shop. You know what you could do? You could have truck streams and tinkering streams and build your own little RC chronoplane. We could do that. We could even do model rocketry if we really wanted to. Look, I know what I said about model rockets, that they don't really do much for me, but seeing Joe launch one really kind of, I'm like, oh man, that looks like fun. I kind of want to do that now. Damn it, Joe. It's like when you're watching a streamer. You have no intention to play the game that the streamer's playing, and then you watch the streamer play the game, and then you're like, oh man, that game looks cool. I kind of want that. Son of a... Joe, this is your fault. Dick. I've looked into GE for RORP1 before, or ground effect. Okay, FAR does not have ground effect. There is a ground effect mod, but it's not compatible with FAR, weirdly enough. Oh. Yeah, but Pie Guy, I want to make liquid fuel rockets. Screw solid fuel rockets. Those are boring. Those are boring. I want to make liquid. I want to make a liquid fuel rocket. Can we do that? That's what I'd want to do. I mean, the solid fuel ones are cool. Don't get me wrong. They're really... I get it. Watching Joe and then watch a couple of other people in LeakV and chat for their L3, and then Pi, there's what you've done and a couple of other people. I get it. Yeah, that's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. But dude, I want to make liquid fuel rockets. Like, Pi, how cool would it be to, like, it would be nigh impossible, but how cool would it be to make like a scale version of New Shepard or something? That's what I would want to do. That's what we got to do. We should do something. That'd be so difficult, dude. But maybe we should show people how hard this stuff actually is. Solids are boring. Shuttle SRBs have entered the chat. Solid with liquid is okay. Solids by themselves, with the exception of Ares 1, is... maybe we should make an Ares 1. Maybe we should make a rocket with my Taurus wing. Launch it and then see if we can get somebody to remote control fly it back, Reliant Robin style. It's actually a good idea. Damn it. See? Gotta have a shop. Gotta have a shop to get this done. Seriously, how hard can it be? Right? I mean, didn't Ares 1 damage the pad tower? Yeah, that was by design though, Pythos. They weren't going to use it again. Famous last words. It was a joke from Top Gear. I don't know, Bill. You think with this lot we could pull it off? Make a scale model of, like... How about we make a scale model of Starship? Weld some propane tanks together. And use propane. And use propane and nitrous. You think that would work? How to design, test, and build small liquid fuel rocket engines. Oh, nice. Hank Hill approves of this, I'll tell you what. Nitrous and propane, would that work? I mean, yeah, sure. Nitrous would be a great oxidizer. For propane, it'd be like running nitromethane almost. Actually, we should make it run off nitromethane with yeah, that's, huh. Oh, we can have a flight termination system on it, NASA, man. That's fine. I'll just put a shotgun shell inside and just, you know, just have it shoot buckshot into the fuel tanks if something goes wrong. I mean, it could work. It could work. Coltec, actually, I'd almost like want to use a propellant that like would give you crap specific impulse on purpose, just to like to show intent that we're not trying to make like a missile or something. We're just trying to make something. We're just trying to make something cool like that, you know. You could totally start by making a hybrid rocket and then work from there. But you'd have to be able to restart it, Pie Guy, which means you need a CO2 gas purge system. to be able to shut the thing off. Well, I gotta get a shop to do that anyway. Yeah, but we'll think about it. We'll see what we can do. Hydrogen peroxide, the only liquid that could be used as liquid fuel or oxidizer. You can use it as either one, which is kind of cool. All right, Matt, shoot me a message on Discord with that. Have you checked out Stationeers with the new rocket update? No, I haven't. Anyway. Yeah, haven't gotten around to it. Let's see who's still streaming, guys. Let's see who we can raid. Oh, Jim's playing some KSP. Let's go see what Jamorian's up to. Yeah, I know, Coltec, right? Just take engineering. Most is already done. Rocket Guy, would you be down to participate in a project like this? Making a scale model New Shepard? Maybe, say it goes to like 10,000 feet, comes back down and lands. Would you want to do that? Oh, that's cool, Grab Shark. Yeah, Pythos, I've been talking about this for a while. Don't worry. You've done nothing wrong. Can we talk about that in Discord naturally? Okay. 10,000 feet is a bold first flight. Roblox, you know how I do things. What do you think we're going to do? What do you think we're going to do on the first flight? Oh, let's just go to 100 feet. No, that's dumb. Maybe we'll do some wind hops. That would actually be really cool. I kind of want to do that. Damn it. Thanks, Matt. Alright, well, Pi, we could talk about this some other time. I'm getting tired. Go see what Jamorian's up to, guys. And I will talk to you guys all later. We'll discuss this later. Rocket Guy, if you're on board. Seriously, how hard can it be? No. We'll think of something. Wait, were you talking to Rocket Guy or me? I heard Guy, but I was only partially paying attention. I'm talking to both of you. I mean, Rocket Guy, Pie Guy, if you have some time, we could talk if both of you have time right now, but I'm kind of tired. I gotta wake up for another stream soon. And I've been going since freaking 10 this morning. Child, please! Alright. Okay. Pie Guy, shoot Rocket Guy an invite to your Discord, please. We'll figure it out from there. Oh god, Taradra's here, we gotta leave. We get to Rogers here. We gotta leave. We gotta go. See you guys later. Go raid Jamorian. Bye. We weren't talking about you behind your back. Sorry. Alright. No, seriously, guys. We can plan a chat. Alright, we'll figure something out, Rocket Guy. Pie Guy, coordinate with Rocket Guy, and we'll create the team. We'll create the League of Extraordinary Guys. And we'll go from there. Whenever you want to schedule a meeting, boom. See? This is how... Okay, just on a side note, I was talking about projects. This is how these projects usually end up happening, by the way. Yeah. See what we can do. Coordinate a new T0 time for a meeting, and we'll go from there. See you guys. Thanks for watching. Have a good night. I'll talk to you tomorrow.